You have to realize technology interfaces with our psychology. So what they've realized over time.
Right, guys, here go again. I am back, and this is going to be a longer one, but I'm just going to be listening to these freaking idiots talking, you know? Maybe hop in a conversation or two. Maybe a conversation or six. I don't know. Sometimes these fucking idiots just go on and on about fucking nothing. No, I just end up just fucking listening sometimes. So let's see.
That hits.
Oh, and I'm trying to get like 100% on Hogwarts. So got my beer. Need another one. Got my beer. Got tobacco. And yeah, let's see what happens.
And so it will suggest you more tempo because it knows that once you kind of sink into that baseline, you're gonna start to want more, right? And you want to be aware, you want to know what's going on, you want to be an informed citizen, and you're afraid. Advertisement works like this. You create, and this is true for all forms. If you've ever done sales, if you've ever done marketing, the first thing you learn is that you have to create a need, right? You're selling something, you're selling a product to people who don't necessarily want your product. They might need your product.
Cases in Saudi Arabia. I wonder if it's also
concept of a biological advantage is the same for a trans woman in that she was born a man. So that is a biological advantage. Everybody's accepting that, but they treat that as the same thing as being like really short and muscular for a gymnast and like any other biological advantage because they both come from biology. Does
Okay,
that
the
make
way
sense?
I will tell you something. The way that you're arguing is you think it is unfair that if you are a normal person, it is unfair that Mike Tyson will knock you out.
So Mike
That's how
Tyson-
you're arguing.
So Mike Tyson had a biological advantage of having
No,
size
he's a
15
good athlete
feet.
and he
So
trained very hard.
No. So you don't understand. Mike Tyson was
I do understand.
perfectly designed to fucking destroy your face with his fists.
No, he is not
had
perfectly
so he had
designed.
size 15 feet, but he was only 5'9". So normally
No.
people his feet were way fucking larger. And if you knew, I don't know anything about boxing, but one thing I did learn about Mike Tyson and his big feet is that the bigger feet, that the more base that you have for a punch, that a punch starts in your foot.
It doesn't
and so
matter.
like he had so much leverage against the ground that he could fucking shred people that were way bigger than he was, because even though they were bigger than him, his punches had a giant fucking foot at the very base of it, and he could apply so much pressure to those punches that he murdered everybody.
I will tell you the difference between a world champion and an average person.
Right.
Okay.
Yes,
the
his biological
world champion
advantages.
trains 3 times a day. This is his goal in life. Okay. He will do nothing else. And there is a lot of other people like him who will do the same, right? They participate in the same class divisions, same weight. So it is fair ground, and the best wins. It has nothing to do with what you're bringing up, like unfair advantages, which is completely ridiculous. That's how humans are. Humans are different. Doesn't mean that you can just go into a different discipline and use actually an unfair advantage, and that is when a male is allowed to participate in a female division. Okay, this is unfair because if you look at how reality works, you can simply just compare whatever sport it is. Compare tennis players, female tennis players, to male tennis players, and the highest ranking female athlete in tennis will be ranked 500 when it comes to male discipline. It's just that, do you understand this? Like, do you understand this concept? I'm not saying that male are all the same, that we should, I don't know, change our DNA so we have a fair advantage, or we should ban sports overall or stuff like that. This is mind bob. I don't even know, bro. It's just insane. So yeah, it's just insane.
Sorry, man. That was a pretty heavy cope. We had already.
It's not a cope. It's just,
you lost the
I
argument
lack
a long time
words
ago.
of even. I try to even understand your perspective, or I argue against your insane logic, right? But it doesn't make sense. It simply doesn't make sense. I even engage in this. You know, a lot of people would just don't even say anything because they would think you're just, you're insane. But well, I tried my best, but whatever.
So what you're saying is that if you compare women to men, then women to men are further apart than like a man with like a little advantage, like big feet. Like still another man can come in and probably beat Mike Tyson, but
Yeah,
there's no
and
women.
Mike Tyson got
There
beaten.
would be no
I just want
woman.
to make sure.
Yeah,
I just want to make sure
exactly.
that He-Boy. So you're saying that we should single out trans women for their biological advantage, but
No, we don't
leave
single
everybody
them out.
else alone. We should leave everybody else alone. Let everybody else play whatever sport they want.
No, we
as long
don't
as,
single them out.
They
We
use
say-
the right gender.
They can play.
We
No,
say
they can
we
play.
don't
Trans
single them
women do
out.
that?
We say you
But
have
can
to
trans women
participate
be in women's
male
sports?
No,
Can-
trans women would
It's
not be able to be
singling
in
out.
Okay,
women's
so you're
sports.
singling out trans. You're saying that trans women
Not
are the only
singling-
people
why
that
is
should
it
not be able to
singling out?
play
Why?
with their gender. Because you're saying
you're
they're the
repeating
only
yourself.
ones. They're
You're
the only
repeating
ones that
yourself.
you
No
want
one-
to discriminate against. No, you're
You're
They don't
repeating
I'm-
yourself without bringing any
repeating what you're
argument.
saying.
You understand that? You're
I'm
repeating
repeating
yourself.
what
You say
you-
you discriminate against trans women, blah blah blah. But I'm not saying that you should
See, but that's what you're
discriminate
saying.
against them. But
That's
I'm
what you're
saying
saying.
you
You
should
are.
not discriminate women by letting male athletes compete in their division. Okay, that's discrimination.
That's, no, you're saying. Wait,
What
who?
I'm saying is we should not single out trans women, but we should not allow them to participate in female sports.
Okay.
They have a
Is that
if
okay? Wait a minute.
their
So,
own division. That's
Frittata,
called
do I have to mute you, dude?
male division.
I'm going to talk, and if you keep talking
Yeah,
over
bring
me,
an argument
but
for your claim.
Boy, did
that
you
it's
just hear him? Did you
discrimination.
hear him say that he's not singling out trans women, but he wants trans women to be prevented? So is that a contradiction? Boy, do you see that as contradicting itself?
Well, they're male.
Interesting. No, you're not singling them out. You're not
So
singling
wait a
them
minute.
out.
So he's saying that he doesn't want to single them out, right?
hmm
Okay, but then he says that he wants to single out trans women and prevent them from playing with the gender that they want to play.
No, he's
So is
just
there-
saying
wait a minute,
biological
stop,
males
Eggs,
can't
stop.
play female sports.
So is that singling out?
That's
No.
not, well, it's saying all biological males, so trans.
Yeah, it'd be any
So
men
is
cannot
that
play
singling them
women.
out?
No,
Is that
No.
singling out biological males
No.
that are transitioned to female?
No,
No.
it's all biological males because it's
Wait.
also
Exactly.
non-transition.
But why would biological males play in a women's?
Exactly.
Yeah,
Well,
why
but
would
they're-
they?
Unless
Yeah,
they transition.
That's-
So if they
Why does it
transition,
matter
they
if
would want to.
why does it matter if they?
It doesn't matter.
Well, because they want to.
Yeah, then
What
they
does-
can
well, yeah,
do
but what
whatever
does it
they
matter
want
in,
to.
in context of like sports?
Because you're saying, so you're saying, like, it doesn't matter, like, because we're only talking about the trans women that want to play sports, and you're singling out all the biological males that
Why
want
do
to
you
be
say
trans
single
women.
out?
No. So we're starting with biological males shouldn't play female sports. And
Okay,
then we're
great.
saying that trans women are biological males.
Well, they
Exactly.
are, but they're
Yeah,
not.
yeah,
They're
exactly.
not but they're not men.
But they're biological males.
Not in a
Okay,
gender
but
way,
that's-
but
so-
their sex
So
is
again,
male.
but they're trans women, so they're all. So even though
They're
they're
trans
biological
women.
males, they're also a woman.
Yeah, but that's not the goal.
They are a trans woman.
I mean,
Well,
not by my
that is the
definition,
fucking
but
goalpost. So if they're you're
No, it's
you're
not.
singling
Well,
them
no,
out.
we
Yes,
were saying
that is where
no,
you're
no,
singling them
well,
out.
well, no, we
That's
were
where you're
saying your
singling them out.
biological
Oh my
sex.
god.
Yeah.
Your biological sex is XY.
Okay.
Then,
So
then
you're
you
singling
can't
out
play
biological
female
males.
sports.
Okay, great. So you admit that you're singling people out. That's discrimination against.
No,
All
that's
of
biological males.
not
yeah,
singling
well,
out.
yeah.
No.
So yeah,
Yes.
yeah,
No.
I'm
Yes.
Okay, cool.
discriminating
Thank you.
against all
Yes, finally.
biological
Okay,
males
Frida, did you
can
see
play
that? There
female
is
sports.
so you are singling that person out. So that is a
No,
contradiction.
we're-
You are
yeah,
controlling-
we're
yeah,
singling
you
out
don't.
that
contradicting
gender.
yourself.
No,
Yeah,
that is
no.
a
Oh my god, please
biological-
let me say this real quick, okay?
Biological sex
Why
is
do
male,
you
yes.
why
I
do
mean,
you
can't just
repeat
ignore
that?
that they're trans. You know that. You
Why
know
do
that's
you say
a
I
stupid
can.
fucking idea
I
to
can.
just
Holy
ignore
fuck.
that they're trans.
I just did.
You
I just did.
you
No,
say that you
so that
single
lose,
out
so you lose
somebody.
your, so you are, so
Can I
that's a
can I
discrimin, so
say
you are
something, or are you
discriminating.
just going to?
That proves my point. That actually proves
okay,
my
can
Can
I
you
point.
make
say
a coherent
something?
argument?
Can I say
Can you
something?
construct? Okay, can you
You want me to,
construct like
I can just mute whoever
a
the fuck I want.
string of sentences?
Yeah,
Can you
hold up.
construct
Yeah,
a
I want
sentence
to
that
hear
is coherent
somebody.
and makes an
I need
argument?
to hear someone, please.
Okay, so there's a difference between gender and sex, right? Do you agree, Talon?
Yes.
No, I don't care. We're not going over this.
You
I just want to
don't
make
care?
sure that you
Oh, so
understand that you're
because you
staying
will
on
lose
topic.
your argument
No,
then, right?
we're staying on topic, right? You are
Yeah, we
discriminating
do.
against
We
trans
are
women.
exactly
Can you
on
just make an
topic.
argument?
Okay,
Like
so
dude
are
that
you okay?
dude that like loves tranny.
So okay, so Frita, I'm
Yeah.
gonna you did admit that you're discriminating against trans women, correct?
No, I didn't.
Okay, so but you did say that you're singling out trans women as the
No,
only
you
fucking
said that.
people that you want to. So
You
you're singling
said
out
that.
biological males, right? You're singling
No,
out
I know
biological
you're
males.
you're repeating yourself over and over again. I never said that. What I'm saying is, and I just started with this, that there's a difference between sex and gender. Okay? And if you are born a male, you can only participate in male sports. It's the same for
I forgot what this
female.
chick
Since,
did.
and wait a second, since
Thunderbolt.
females don't have an advantage
What's a
over
Thunderbolt?
male, they can, if they want to, participate in
arbitrary.
male sports. Why
not
is that?
arbitrary.
Why is that? That's not.
Yeah, that's
It's
arbitrary.
about
Thunderbolt?
unfair
Do you
advantage.
think
Do you
XY?
understand that?
Do you think the biological sex of XY, like the chromosomal, like sex
I don't know what
characteristics,
that
do you think
is.
that is arbitrary?
No.
Okay. So then why? Where's the
But what is that
contention?
in the context of sports? Like, so what? Yeah, right. So what is? So like, so again, because you're discriminating against
So
a single
so-
person, a single
so-
group.
You said that
like
multiple
so
times without
secondary so
describing your
secondary
point.
sex characteristics make a huge difference in ability.
I haven't been over here yet.
Do you disagree with that?
Well, I don't care what that you said there.
Why?
You don't care, right? Yeah.
I said there.
Why
is
don't you
completely
care?
Irrelevant.
Why is it irrelevant?
Because he doesn't like your
Say something
argument.
valuable, and important.
Sorry, say that again.
Something more valid. Like give like a better point that isn't just all gibberish.
Yeah, bring
That's
a
not
better
gibberish
point.
at all.
He doesn't like your argument.
Okay, so secondary sex characteristics in men give them a huge advantage physiologically against women in a myriad of different physical aspects. Do you agree or disagree?
I pressed the wrong button.
What? Upper body strength.
He says, so what? He said, so
Bone
what?
density, everything.
Yeah.
He said he doesn't care. He said, so what? What does that mean?
So
Yeah, he doesn't care
so
because
why?
he knows
So
to.
okay, no, okay. So why don't you care? You're breaking up.
Hear you.
Yeah, you're far away from your mic.
I'm asking you why
He
that
said,
matters.
what? Yeah.
Why?
Why
Okay,
does
so
that matter?
okay, so let's say we're in a powerlifting competition, and the competition is bench press. You don't think pectoral density matters in a competition?
Yes, pectoral density would matter in a powerlifting competition. Correct.
Okay, so why do you think that's not an attribute that we should, discriminate against? That we should like look at and be like, well, yeah, maybe biological males shouldn't compete against females. Like, why? Like, what's your reasoning?
I don't want to discriminate. You guys do. It was
No,
like,
no, no.
The whole point of this. You
He
came in
didn't.
late.
You don't
Higgs,
answer
you
the
came in late.
question.
Higgs,
Well,
you came in
certainly.
late.
Well,
Like,
question.
Higgs,
Here,
excuse me, let me finish. Higgs, you came in
okay,
late
go
and
ahead,
you
go
missed the
ahead,
part.
yeah.
Higgs,
Yeah,
you
but
missed the
why
part
do
where
you evade the
Frita.
question?
Higgs, you missed the part where Frita
Doesn't
openly
matter, just
contradicted
answer the
himself. Multiple
question, bro.
Okay.
people tried to explain to him that he contradicted himself. It
Well,
was so
okay,
bad
Well, I
that like
didn't.
that he's trying to like hedge.
I
And
did.
so like whatever you're bringing up is just way behind. We've pretty much already addressed everything you're
That's
saying. Like, you're just
absolutely
behind
not
on the
true. He's
conversation.
just want to.
Can I just ask you a question? So I care about biological males not competing against females. You say that's discrimination. So do you discriminate? Do you just think that all sports should be co-ed then, and that we should have powerlifting that's
Asking
not
you, so like, what do you mean by biological males? Do you mean
Do you,
biological males that are trans
no.
women?
I asked you a question. Do you discriminate? Do you want co-ed sports or do you want separated sports?
No, blood sports is fine. I don't have a problem with that.
Is that your platform? Like, is that what you're advocating? Or?
Like, that's pretty much how we do it, right?
No, it's not. So
Bro, I hope the Republicans will rise to power, bro.
So let's say let's say in powerlifting, like all powerlifting competitions are 1 divvied up by weight class and 2 divvied up by sex, right? Do you agree? Like, do you disagree with that or no?
Yeah, I mean, you're just wasting time.
No. What you said just something that's like factually wrong. You just said like, oh yeah, sports are co-ed. It's like, well, no, they're not. Right.
Okay, I meant
especially highly competitive sports. They're
okay,
definitely...
well that was a misunderstanding of your bullshit like question, because again you're asking dumbass fucking questions, so you have to clean up and say things.
Like
when I thought
I don't think my question was misleading or
again, don't talk over me. Don't talk over.
Are you so mad?
This guy can't take
Why are you such a fucking
He's evading your question because he knows he's wrong. He's just trolling.
Why are you so mad though?
Frida, you contradicted yourself. You have no fucking idea what you're talking about.
Well, I proved to you that I didn't contradict myself. You're just talking bullshit. You're repeating
Everybody was
over and over
speechless.
again.
Everybody was speechless because you were so fucking stupid.
Why don't you? Okay. So if you're making a claim of like, so why don't you just explicate very quickly where the contradiction?
He said that he doesn't want to. He said that he doesn't want to single out trans women. He just wants to prevent only trans women from being in the play the sports in the gender.
But I thought
is that a contradiction?
To participate in sports. That's what I said.
Yes. Well,
he didn't want to single them out. He just wanted to single out trans women.
Single them out.
Well, he was singling out
women if you would allow this.
So he was singling out what it seemed to me like he was. It seemed to me like he was singling out biological men, right? Which you do as well.
No, that's a deliberate. That's a disingenuous statement. I said trans women. So either you're going to address the trans women, or you're going to shut the fuck up.
Okay, so how is it disingenuous when trans women are biological men?
Well, I mean, because it's a factual statement that doesn't fucking mean anything.
How is that? No. You made the claim. How is it disingenuous?
Because you're saying that
are they
trans women
or are they
don't
not?
exist.
Let them finish. Damn.
Are they? No, but he's not answering. Are they
born male or not, Taylor?
Yes, they're born male.
Are they biological males or not?
Yes, they are biological males.
So you think biological males, all biological males should be?
What is Higgs? Tell me what a trans woman is.
It's a born male.
It's a born male. It's like wants to be a female. Or like dresses like a female.
Okay,
or like acts like a female.
They are. Yep.
They are.
So they're what?
So we're talking about trans women. So you're singling out. So do you see how he contradicted himself? He said he didn't want to single them out.
Contradiction, though. No.
Higgs, shut the fuck up.
That's not a contradiction.
Wait a minute. I'm gonna ask you again. Wait a minute.
You went over this like 3 times, and you went over this 3 times, and it's nonsense.
Trying to put words in my mouth.
Did he single out trans women?
Trying to.
You went over this 3 times, and you haven't made sense.
I say yes or no.
When I say I don't want males to compete, born males to compete in female division, then how is that?
So what about trans women? What about trans women? Can they be in women's
sports?
That was under the category he just
stated. Yes or no?
That was under the category he stated.
So either you answer my fucking question, or you shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Dude, you're not even making. Dude, there's no coherent point.
Born male. That's my argument.
Dude, there's literally nothing to respond to.
Okay.
I know.
So answer my question. Answer my question.
Yeah.
Are you singling out trans women?
No.
Yes or no?
No. I'm saying.
Okay.
No, because
women are born. Let me answer this question. Okay.
So no. Wait a minute.
Trans women
Frida,
are.
Stop talking.
You just asked me a question, dumbass.
Frida, you guys need to stop fucking talking, both of you. Like, it's fucking pathetic and stupid. So I'm gonna unmute you, and you're gonna shut the fuck up.
Restate. Don't just restate what you said. Respond to what
listen
you
to me.
said.
So listen to me. You don't get to say no and then start talking.
You have a question for
Listen to me.
Can I answer it?
Frida.
Can I
one more
answer
chance. You want me to mute you guys again?
Can I answer your question?
I'm going to keep talking.
He's gonna sit in a room. He's gonna sit in a room. He's gonna sit in a room by yourself.
Yes, I would rather sit in a room by myself than listen to you two fucks talk even another word. So I'm going to keep talking. You said no. That is false because you are singling out.
This is why I don't like freaking Discord and shit. Like, you got these fucking sensitive ass pussies that always want to talk shit. Like, they talk, like they get the keys to the room basically, and they just mute and do whatever.
The chance to answer this question. Higgs stays muted because he's a fucking dick.
Okay, what is your ask your question again?
So, are you singling out trans women for sports? Yes or no?
I'm singling out males to participate in male division only and not female division. That is my answer.
What about
okay?
trans? Again, you changed
Okay,
the question.
that's a new
You
question.
cannot change my question. I'm asking you again. Yes or no? Are you singling out trans women?
No, I don't.
Are you? If they want to play sports, will you let them?
If they play in their own division, I will.
If they want to play in female sports, the same gender as they are, will you let them?
It's not gender, it's sex.
I'm asking you for gender. Stop fucking changing the question. So you're saying yes.
No, they can't because it is about sex and not gender.
Are there any non-transgender women wanting to play women's sport? Yes or no? No. The answer is no.
I guess there are. If that's your question, I guess there are men who would like to, but they can't because they're men, right?
But they're
they
trans
have
women though, right?
Yes, they're trans women, but
so
their
all
gender
trans women,
not their sex.
Do you think a trans woman is a woman?
No, there are trans women. That's why
there are trans women. So do you think a trans woman, in a general sense, is considered a woman?
In a sense of a social construct, like the term of
right. So that is in fact it is a factual statement that you are singling out trans women as the one group that you do not want to let play in the gender
because they're born male
of their choosing.
So to ask you a question,
yes, that's a yes.
Can I ask you a question now, or are you just going to ramble?
I'm going to unmute Higgs because Higgs now understands that you contradicted yourself and you do in
fact.
Didn't.
That you have corrected your contradiction. I
that you
stated
do
it
in fact
very
single out
logically.
Trans women. There you go, Higgs. I'm going to go make dinner. You guys have a good day.
I mean, this guy just can't take a loss, so I guess he's just retarded and insane.
Yeah,
so I'm very sorry about that.
I just muted him because like he was just rambling. He wasn't he wasn't responding to anything really.
I mean, honestly,
I
people
think you
like
guys were bombarding him with a bunch of shit. Like whenever
he muted us.
No, I was literally responding to what he said, and he didn't respond to anything. All he did was restate his claims.
Luna, go do some fucking eat shit or something, bro. Luna, do you think that
I was just explaining to you what you guys did. Like I'm not like saying who's in the wrong and who's what. I'm saying you were
I'm just
kind of
asking you as another person, okay? I'm not trying to attack you personally or whatever. I'm just asking you, okay? So his question was, are you singling out trans women, okay? And my answer to this is very simple. I don't want born males to participate in female sports. It's about sex. It's not about gender, right? So when he would ask me the actual question, which is important, would you allow trans women to participate in female sports? I would say no, because they are born male. This is the argument.
Yeah, so what about trans
what
men?
Is so contradictory
this is a great.
And
this is great.
How do I single out?
We addressed this earlier.
We addressed this earlier.
He's okay with trans men. He's okay with trans men being in trans men's
because
sport.
they don't have an advantage.
It was like,
that proves me right. So that proves me right.
You like.
Yes, it does. You're so fucking stupid, dude. You keep stepping on the same.
You are stupid, bro. Sorry.
He would restrict, biological
contradicts
males
himself both times.
Like just
Frida,
not trans ones. He was the one that was actually exclusionary of trans women.
You're singling out women.
He was saying he was saying that trans women are special and they had to be allowed in the category.
Yeah.
Frida, I do have a since your entire point is about advantage, what about people who aren't trans who do have an advantage over somebody else in the sport?
Yeah, we were talking about this earlier. This is how humans are. They're not the same, okay? There's differences in athletes. People are, they train harder. They maybe have longer arms and they have an advantage in boxing.
And they actually...
we don't discriminate against these attributes.
What?
Actually, there's world champions like whatever. What's it called? Mike Tyson, right? He was heavyweight champion for a long time, but he got beaten anyways at some point. You know, there will always come new people who are better than him. Even that's why we do sports. We compare people. We want to. This is the like okay to actually answer your question. Like if it comes to division, they might be advantages in from individual to individual. Yes, that it is how it is. Humans are different, right? You could also say there is a there's a impaired individual who is way less capable of winning in any discipline than a fit, healthy guy. You know, it's just
we
logic.
actually do, but we actually do like discriminate based on more than gender. Like we have weight classes.
Yeah, weight
I'm sure in some
categories.
sports we have height classes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's more than that. Like if you go into all the minutia of sports, I'm sure there's more variables that people discriminate on. Like of course.
Yeah,
there is.
exactly. In boxing, weight classes, and that's very
So
that's how it should be, right? I mean,
what I'm just confused about is like how their entire point is other people having an advantage over others, but still allowing other people, whenever it doesn't come to gender, to compete in sports that
well,
other
you try to
people
make
have
it
an
as fair as you can, right? So
like
so
you try to make it as fair as you can.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so you try to make it fair as you can. Gender is a component, weight's a component. You know, maybe height could be a component.
And like
yeah,
there's like like big sports people who have a biological like advantage, not related to like gender or biological sex or anything. They have like a biological advantage, and they still are able to compete in these sports, even though they have a biological advantage over most people in the sport.
I'm for making a sports as fair as possible. Yeah, if you want to discriminate more, that's fine.
Yeah,
but like biologically, a trans woman has the same amount of estrogen, so you said women should be able to play.
Your case is more discriminatory.
People should be able to play in the gender because you said gender class, right? So women, so separate women from men, but you guys want to single out trans women. You don't want women. You don't want trans women to be in the class of their gender. You want them to be in the opposite class of their gender.
And again, Higgs about sex.
Higgs talked over my entire point.
Not
What was
gender.
my point that I just said, Higgs? Repeat me my point.
Not gender.
No, Higgs, I wanted you to explain to me what my point was just now while you were talking.
Bro, this guy's talking about gender, bro.
I want to hear. No, excuse me. I'm muting everybody except for Higgs. I want him to tell me what my point was that I said while he talked over me. Did he actually hear what I said?
There was a lot of clarity, and he wasn't responding.
How can you possibly hear what I said while you were fucking talking?
Because he fucking muted you, you little dipshit. Go suck a dick, bro.
I'm gonna mute him back.
Yeah.
Until he unmutes me. Have him tell me. Tell Higgs that he can unmute.
Fucking faggot,
tell Higgs that when he unmutes Talon, he can be unmuted. Oh, too bad. I guess not.
Yeah, it's. I just didn't understand this guy's point. It was like it felt like there was. Yeah, it felt like there was discrimination, but there wasn't equal discrimination. I feel like people shouldn't have a height advantage in basketball and stuff like that. If we're going to go off at people having advantages, people like very tall people shouldn't be able to play with like short people. Like somebody who's 6'9" should be able to play with somebody who's like fucking 6'1" or 6'2". Like it's not. That's
exactly. But the difference is those advantages, those small advantages, don't like. It's not guaranteed that will make a winner. Like you're not just going to win just because you're a little taller. Like some of the best basketball players was like under 6 foot. Well, some of them.
Well,
rare,
yeah,
but
it still is a big benefactor, is it not?
Yeah, it's a huge benefit, but it's less of a benefit than when you're going up from like a man to a woman. Men and women are so different that you can't. I would say this: like if you get a trans child and you transition them from the day they were born, then go for it. But it's just too much, too many variables that you have to equate for to just be like, nah. And it's already that men and women can play in men's sports. Like there's no barrier between that.
Oh,
It's
wait a
just
minute.
women
Wait a minute.
women
Dude,
can't play in.
what? That's what.
Hmm?
That's what the whole point of the. That's what, dude. They don't. People don't get their don't change until puberty. We have time. They don't have to do it at birth. You can do it at puberty. That's the whole point of this. And that's why we're doing the
Yeah.
puberty blockers for people that are unsure. And then it also you do the puberty blockers because you don't like trans women that are minors don't want to become men, so they don't get this. They don't want to get. You don't want, like you said, they often don't do the sexual reassignment surgery until they're older, and so they do the puberty blockers because puberty, and then once they're older, it's safer for them to actually transition. See what I mean?
Yeah, but then you got I get that. But then you got
like,
that.
so the idea. So yeah, so we're already doing that. That we're already doing the thing that you were saying about how they're transitioning as early as possible. We want to do that, but right now the states, like there's red states that are basically getting kids killed, and they're threatening to like kidnap children for that kind of for transit, giving them health care, and they're threatening to throw doctors in jail. This is like some 1950s shit.
No, but then the problem comes up with is like, do you really know if the kids want that?
Well,
Like, is that something that they like? Do you trust the child to know what they want for the rest of their lives?
well, looking at like I say like whenever they're 16, I say that's a pretty appropriate age. They are 2 years away from being into adulthood. That also like there's a statistic that only 1% of all trans people actually detransition.
I mean, I heard that. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, and whenever you detransition, like most people don't like detransition from like surgery. They usually just detransition by like getting off of HRT. And whenever you get off HRT, all the effects that HRT have given you kind of do reverse themselves. So whenever people do detransition and they figured out maybe this wasn't the best thing for me after all, it's not really a big harmful effect.
See, the only problem with me is that I've never seen a long-term study on this, and I don't think it'd be possible to actually do a long-term study on it because it's like ethics and shit. You can't really experiment on children.
They've been doing it since the first like trans study was in the 30s.
Yeah, they've been doing this for a very, very long time. There's so much medical history. You can literally like see it.
Yeah, like they approved it in 2008.
Yeah. You know they've been doing puberty blockers for a while because with like children who get their puberty earlier, but that's the only thing I know. That's why I've been shutting up because I don't really know that much. Huh?
I know quite a bit
Just
about
listening.
it. I don't know some things about like certain categories. I do know quite a bit about it though. I do try to studying this like sort of thing where it's like to see like what's happening with society. So it's okay, what's not okay, stuff like that.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's the cat is out of the bag, because like we went through this with gay people. Now we're doing it with trans people. It's a little more complicated because we didn't need medical attention for gay people, except for like there was like therapy and stuff, but they didn't need like surgical care to get gay, and so that's a little more complicated. But it's just that's just because it's such a tiny minority of people, because it's probably gonna, even like with the uptick, it's probably going to max out at like 3 to 5% of people, and gay people are like 10%. They're holding steady. Left-handed people are 10%. Just look up left-handers. Anytime anytime somebody says there's so many trans people, just say I'm left-handed myself, and so just ask about just
I'm left-handed myself too.
Left-handed people in the country, you'll see like a huge uptick once they started beating people. I was in preschool. I'm 40, and I was in preschool. I was in preschool in like 1989, and my preschool teacher tried to make me write color with my right hand. Like took me by the hand and gave me my crayon. I was doing yellow and blue, and I was like, "Oh shit, this shit's turning green." I was like getting all excited, and then they did it with my right hand, and I was like, that was fun, and just like put the crayon right back to my left hand, just went on coloring.
Yeah, that's what happened to me too. I can write with my left hand around.
Colin, I've got a question. Does your cock curve rightwards?
No, it's like slightly up.
Yeah, but does it have any sideways curve?
No, that's pretty. No, it's pretty straight.
Alright, I'm just checking.
Yeah.
Thanks for letting me know.
It's super straight.
Oh, I see. I can't.
Little fucking weird of a question, but alright.
Yeah, I don't think
Right.
there's any kind like that.
Thanks for letting me know. I've got to go now. Goodbye.
Yo, peace, man, peace.
Actually, hang on. Iceman Heat Boy.
Yes, sir.
Which direction does your penis curve in?
Completely straight. Mine's still not. It's not
That's a
curved at
bit
all.
weird. I'm gonna be honest with you.
That
It's
that
not
is
weird.
a little bit.
Completely
My
straight
shit is
penises
completely
are
straight.
strange.
Yeah, it. I don't know.
Where do you even get a curve in your penis?
It's
That's
not.
just
I always thought that was strange.
Luna,
Yeah, I
I've
thought
got a
that.
question for you.
Mm-hmm.
What direction?
It goes like upwards towards like my belly button.
That's insane. That's crazy.
I've personally got a fish hook shaped penis.
Yeah. Oh,
Oh,
fuck. I hope
damn,
it's
like
not
left or
completely
right?
fish hook.
Oh yeah, did I say I was shaped like a pop can?
Oh, for God's sake. That's such a weird thing to say about your penis. What the fuck?
I think a fish hook is pretty up there too. Like,
Yeah, I got my girlfriend every time we have sex.
Oh, damn.
I basically prolapse her entire body.
Jesus, dude.
What can I say? It's a fantastic tool.
You do you, man.
No, I don't do me. Masturbating would be incredibly hard with a fish hook shaped penis, I'll be honest.
Oh, yeah. I would
But
imagine.
imagine that.
Well, with a woman. Jesus, dude.
It all stemmed from the time that I went to Disney with my ex-girlfriend, and we went to, you know, that show where they make the rats run behind your back.
Is this a Magical
Oh,
Kingdom?
yeah.
Because I've never been to Magical Kingdom, man.
I don't know, I've forgotten the name of it. But anyway, she was just giving me head. We were enjoying Disney, and the rats run behind the back, and she jumps and bites down on my penis.
Why
and
were
it
you?
broke.
Why were you giving hit at a children's
I
place?
wasn't.
That's
Man, getting hit.
That's my first thought, bro. Why were you getting hit at a children's event, bro?
Well, yeah, this is a children's event. Why are you getting hit?
I'm taking the piss. That wasn't me, but that actually did happen. Someone got their penis bitten off at a Disney show.
I'm like, man, you're at a fucking children's event. Maybe like not. That's a little weird.
No,
A movie theater or something. Be normal.
Someone did, man.
Yeah.
Jeez, that sucks.
I've never been to Magical Kingdom. I've been everywhere else though.
Are you a Disney kid?
No, I'm actually a very big Nickelodeon kid.
Whatolodian?
Nickelodeon. I grew up with a bunch of Nickelodeon cartoons. Nick.
That's Nickelodeon.
Yeah, Nickelodeon.
Whatolodian?
Nickelodeon.
Oh my days, this guy keeps saying it. It's disgusting.
I don't understand.
He wants you to say nig, Aloni.
Oh, okay. I was not understanding for a bit. Oh shit. My bad.
Like you just sat there going like Nickelodeon.
I grew up on Nicktoons.
Oh, I had Pop Junior, tracks. Kids Bop was actually fucking great. I loved those CDs with my entire heart.
I hated Kids Bop, but I did grow up with some very odd music. I will tell you, I grew up, you know, like the emo era on the internet.
Why did you hate Kids Bop?
It just
The voices were annoying. Yeah,
no, it just messed up the songs that I like. I just didn't like it. I don't know. It just I didn't like to hear kids screaming. I mean, like kids singing. Also, I liked when I was growing up, I grew up with rock. So like,
based.
I always grew up with fucking rock music because I was always on the internet and I would see like these rock AMVs in like the fucking edgy internet era, like when everybody was like scene or emo or whatever. So I heard rock music and it's always stuck with me my entire life. It's fucking hilarious.
You're an emo.
Hmm?
You're an emo.
No. I'm not emo. I like metal music and rock. I'm not like into the emo music.
I'll
Like
show
fucking.
you, I'm gonna show you guys. I'll play a song for you guys. I'll play a song for you guys. Check this out.
Like
See if you like it.
Opeth.
Did you
Go
listen to
check out this
those
video.
Pop Goes
This
Punk
is
CDs?
from, let's see, this will be like 2001, 2002 for me.
Well, I think if it was 2001 for you, it was 2001 for everyone else.
If it was that. Oh, hold on, let me put this.
Have you heard of Opeth, Luna?
I think I have.
Have you heard of? You'll have heard it. You've heard of Tool, haven't you?
Yeah.
I fucking love Tool.
Why won't it let me?
Tool is fucking awesome, man.
Tool is probably the best thing on this planet.
I wonder if these like caves and shit go away. I'm not sure. Like if these caves go away after you fucking
Do you know Queens of the Stone Age?
go into them. I guess I can check it.
Somewhat, yeah.
I'm saying I wonder if it happens. Let me just go
I
down
usually
there.
just listen to songs. I don't really.
All right, here we go.
I don't know much about bands.
I know. But you know, bands have certain sounds, and if you like a sound,
Yeah.
then you probably like a band.
Yeah.
I'm just saying they're gonna bring out a new album in a couple weeks.
Oh, shit. All right, here we go. So we get the song. It's popping up.
If I'm not careful.
What is this?
All right, check it out. Ready? Let's see what year this came out. 16 years ago. You ready? This is
Okay,
2000.
can you just
what?
play it, man?
As soon as I seen the person,
this shit's so hard.
What the fuck is that a furry?
Oh, yeah, this shit is fucking. This shit rocks.
Oh.
Yes, my answer to the question was yes. They do disappear. Alright, so I can collect all the cave shit.
I love this, man. Beautiful.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of screaming rock.
I love screaming rock. I love screamo and metal.
I don't like it. I just find it cringy.
I don't. I feel it
sometimes it fits. It fits really well sometimes, but I don't like it when it's just the entire song. I just find it.
Oh, I love it, dude. Oh, death metal is amazing.
Yeah, but my problem, I respect
It
it
shit
as
slaps.
like, as it like, you know, adding layers and texture to a song. But
I gotta stop just in
add it
case.
in moderation.
My stream.
Otherwise, it becomes like just cliche and cringy, which is my problem with it.
I think I might have already played too
I don't know if
much.
it's considered a band, but my favorite rock artist of all time is Keisha Woodops. Oh man, they made like so many good fucking songs.
Who? It's different from like mainstream. I'm just gonna say it like this: it's different from mainstream white conservatism.
White boy conservatism.
White boy conservatism. So like white boy conservatism does not. It is not like it's essentially not racial, and it's and the reason I say that is no. It's it's not colorblind either. The reason why I say that it's non-racial is because white conservatives operate in a world in which they're the majority, they are the preferenced, so they're not typically thinking about like conserving race. The only time they think about conserving race is if they are in competition with another ethnic group. Black conservatives, on the other hand, are in like constant competition. So Black conservatives, the ideology of Black conservatism is based upon self-sufficiency away from government. So they tend to do things like be automatically suspicious of any type of government intervention. They tend to be suspicious of any time government wants to act against like Black autonomy, such as gun rights issues. Black conservatives tend to be like white conservatives are concerned about the government stepping on their gun rights so that they don't act out against communism. Black conservatives are concerned about government acting against their gun rights because there's a history of trying to eradicate Black people in the United States. So it's just the reasons for why Black conservatives are the way that they are supposed to be different from the way white conservatives are the way that they are. They're patriotic. Black conservatives tend to be patriotic. Um, they're socially concerned, so they tend to be religious. They tend to believe that there's a way in which people should act in society, but they also are typically like not as radical. They tend to be in recognition of the fact that people are different, and in order for us to have like a stable society, you can't just aggress upon everyone who's different, because what happens if they aggress against Spooky? Well, they're coming after me next, right? So
It's like my issue with like Black conservatives, at least like in the modern day, especially those within like
because we
media.
got a bunch of
It's
Uncle Toms on TV.
so true, Queen. I was about to get to that. It's like all these niggas display
These people
coolness.
are not like these people are not
That's-
conservatives. I'll tell you what
no, but
political
that way,
party they're
Patty,
for.
I just
They're
want
for the Jimbo
yeah.
party.
Yeah, exactly. You're riled up. I can feel. So true, man. So true.
Black
It's
woman.
like it's so wild, right? Because like ideally that's what like Black conservatism like ought to be, right?
Yeah.
I say antithesis like what
See,
white
Black
conservatism is.
conservatism. Black conservatism is supposed to be a middle finger, a literal middle finger to white supremacy. But Black conservatism today has become almost like submission to like white authority.
Bro, you know
That
the
sounds
craziest
so
thing
wrong.
I saw that deadass got me into the politics shit was literally like not only the Officer Tatum like find out that man exists, but like watching a video of like Terrence Williams eating fried chicken
Terrence
and
K.
drink.
Williams is the biggest. I hate saying
well,
this, but that
he's
man
a fucking
is an actual. I
he's
really hate saying this.
He's a fucking.
He's a yes,
like,
yes.
Yeah.
Terrence K. Williams is a living minstrel show.
Bro,
He's an actual minstrel show.
Patty, he was eating. The first thing I saw him was him eating a fried chicken and telling Black people who wanted to leave to Africa, right? Like, mind you, that as retired as I may be, it's like this man said, "I want to stay. Okay, y'all can go to Africa. I'll stay with my white friends. I just stay eating fried chicken." He's eating fried chicken. What like? There is nothing I've ever seen of this like individual that's inclined to like me to believe.
Chicken can protect you from
it's not like
can I say this real quick?
Is the fried chicken good?
I think Tim Scott has a beautiful story in the sense that it can motivate a lot of African Americans. At the end of the day,
Tim Scott is fine. He's not doing anything weird.
Yeah, like when you look at someone like Tim Scott, basically he's just talking about how he came from poverty and like America being the land of opportunity, he was able to climb up the ladder from like desolate poverty to like someone who's failing civics courses and geography to someone who was flunking out of school to someone who was able to go to university, go to college, get a degree, and then from there actually start getting a job in business and rise up the ranks, right?
My diploma comes from
Marcella, if it's a sexual question, the answer is no.
It's economical question.
Like his mom worked like hell.
Patty, are you ready? Can I
His
ask
parents
you?
worked like hell's family. He's a respectable family.
Okay, Patty. Okay, so Patty, the debt. Okay, guys, give me a second. The debt ceiling is being opposed by your friends, the Republicans, and I'm scared because I've heard people say when the debt ceiling is not raised,
Who said these
this
niggas
coun-
my friends?
because you're also a Republican, and I'm not done talking. And
I'm
if you
not a
interrupt,
Republican.
if you keep interrupting me, you know what I'll do.
I'm not a
So
registered
if,
Republican
if you
now.
keep interrupting me, you know what I will do.
Marcella, I
Well,
just want you to.
He's gonna pull out the blicky.
well, well, I may be registered on something else, but let me explain this to you, right?
Oh Jesus Christ!
I'm
Oh
registered
my
on
god,
Democrat.
Jesus.
No, I'm a registered Democrat. But hey,
Okay.
what do you think I was going to say? But Patty, debt ceiling, right?
Okay.
How is this going to affect the average
Wait,
person?
is
Is
this
it true that people are stating that apocalyptic things could happen, such as people losing their jobs, mass layoffs, the dollar's worthless? I've heard all these things being said if the freaking thing isn't approved. So what really is going to happen to me, Patty?
So if the debt ceiling is not approved, the government will shut down, and nothing will happen to you.
Wait, this shit happened. Wait. So this shit happened before. Why do Republicans like to do this? Are they stupid?
Man, what's Marshall talking about?
Yes.
Well, the
He's
government
talking about
shutdown.
if
The government shutting down is
he's
actually
talking
pretty
about
big
if
now.
the I didn't say that it wasn't a big thing. I just said nothing's going to happen to you.
Another government shutdown.
Marshall is a chump, right? So nothing.
What? Like how? Like
Yeah,
why?
No Name, you are also a big chump. Don't get
No
muted
name.
in here.
You know
I'm not a chump,
that.
though.
No name. You're interrupting me. I'm having a conversation with Patty. Thank you. So Patty,
yes,
I've noticed that this has happened many times before, where the government shuts down. Is the Republican Party having more cons than pros for the American continent?
What?
The Republican Party is doing more negatives than positives for this country. I mean, they're the reason why, we went into a stupid war when there was no weapons of mass destruction, why we've had multiple.
That was a
government
bipartisan
shutdowns.
thing. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh,
That was
I'm sorry.
bipartisan.
I'm sorry, please don't hit me. But I'm just saying Republicans aren't good for this country. I don't think they're good for America, Patty.
I don't know how you came to that conclusion based on the debt ceiling. I think Republicans can be bad for the American society for like other reasons, specifically like local issues, like state issues, like with DeSantis and such. But like otherwise, this debt ceiling thing happens all the time, but it's not
These
going
niggas are
to.
lame, bro. Like they're not saying anything. That was bad.
You might not think that they're a real woman, but you understand what I mean. Stop trying to play these fucking semantic games. Stop trying to be a fucking dumbass.
Fine.
Okay?
Somebody who thinks that they can change genders is that bad?
Like,
Like,
shit,
what
like,
is?
like, if you like, I don't understand this shit. Like, I don't understand this like fucking shit. Like, you're like, oh, I'm trans. You understand what I mean when I say a trans person? Obviously, a person who's on HT.
Yes,
we're not talking about if they're a real woman or not.
Part of
Obviously,
the
calling out a real woman.
It's bold of you to assume that I know what you mean. It's very bold of you to assume that I know what you mean. Actually, do you understand?
You do know what I mean. Shut the fuck up. If you don't know what I mean, then you need to fucking go back to fucking like. You need to be re-socialized. Like you need. Yeah, you do know what I mean.
This is the collection mentality.
Hey, what is a trans person or a gay person? You know what I mean.
Turkey. I'm like a turkey. Can you take a breath?
Holy shit. Fucking pissing me off.
All the words.
Dumbass.
The words.
And it's all the time. It's always a fucking woman on Discord too.
Let
them say
It's always a fucking woman online too. They're fucking dumb as shit.
No.
I
So
don't
here's the
think
thing.
people
We look at like.
who aren't putting dicks in their buttholes are dumb as shit.
No. So the problem is that like when we look at trans versus gay, we can look at who actually gets these like STDs more, and it's
Monkeypox?
Shut up. It's
The orgy
statistically,
party?
it's like usually just going to be like trans people because they're such a small community, but they're also gay. So they also inherit the sort of flaw that like the gays have. So it's like, so they basically have the worst of both worlds of having a permanent lifestyle that they basically cannot change, and also inheriting all the bad problems from like the homosexual.
Well, don't say that they can't change it because there are detransitioners.
Oh, they can.
I think Yeah, it's like lots of them, in fact.
0.1%. You slice your cock off, it's not growing back. You aren't made of
I
labor.
know, right? So, like, I think we actually agree on all of these. I'm just saying that it's very dangerous to say that there's absolutely nothing they can do about it, or like, if we figure out that they're wrong about their sexuality,
It only depends on how far along they
You're
are.
right that they can't change mutilating themselves and the hormones that have stopped their puberty. Absolutely, there's no reversing those. Really, those things are permanent. So we agree there, right?
Yeah.
If she knew more about what you've done.
Okay, so for these statistics, this is AP News, the Associated Press. 1% of gender affirming surgery is regretted. 1%.
Autogynephilia and gender dysphoria should not be and like body dysmorphia should not be things that we're just like, oh well, you know, let's just glamorize it and normalize. It's like, no, let's find actual solutions. I'm not saying there's a known cure right now.
I
Obviously,
have a
there's not,
question
or we
for you then. Hey, I have a question for you then. Let's say someone's 18 years old. They go they notice that they have a gender incongruence, right? They've had it for, let's say, the last, let's say they're 18 years old. Let's say they had it for the last 6 years. They had a gender incongruence. They wait until they're 18. They go to a therapist, like an actual like medical professional. The therapist, they talk to them, and the psychiatrist, whatever you want to use, and the psychiatrist, after like a couple sessions, let's just say 3 sessions, right? After a month of talking to this person, 3 sessions, the psychiatrist comes to the conclusion that yes, this person has gender dysphoria as recognized in the DSM-5. Do you think that this person? Do you think that? Do you think that a treatment?
That psychiatrist should be fired, first of all. Actually,
Okay.
And it was all my Talking Pink Planet.
How so?
He died protecting me.
No, Matt,
Yes,
why?
yes, you do,
Why,
Dad.
Dad?
He would still be alive
Oh,
today.
that's so good.
My mother and I tried to go on without him.
It's like, hello, darkness, my old
It
friend.
became too much for us there. A few years later, we left to come to Scotland.
No. Seesaw's just really proud of their fucking driver's license photo.
So here's a question, right? So I think one of the reasons more and more people are falling for like parasocial relationships and these kind of like satellite relationships that are contextual that they pay for is because there's like and I know that there have been studies that there isn't loneliness, but I think there's more distance between the relationships we have. Do you guys think that there are ways that we can actually like like help each other to feel more connected, so we don't explore relationships that
audience question.
Yeah, go to church.
I have an audience question for Arinthane. Are you trying to say that a parasocial relationship is not ideal, right? We're striving for something that's mutually social, not parasocial, right?
Well, like a parasocial relationship is a relationship where you are like around like a social relationship. So basically like a streamer, you're around them, but you're not actually in direct contact with them. You're not having a direct relationship with them.
Right, but when we're striving for is not we're not trying to.
You don't have to dox yourself.
Oh shit.
Wow, just doxing yourself, huh? Wow, dude.
I thought OC was
Nice.
banned.
Now I would have no idea that you lived in the UK. God damn it.
Dude.
I specifically said not to do that.
I've become like, I suppose.
You got your license in May last year as well. You lied the entire time.
I had to renew my license actually because I had to change.
Wow, even worse. You lied the whole time, dude.
Well, as much conversation, it's almost 8 o'clock, and I have to do my ritualistic throwing grenades out of the window as I drive by town.
Did everyone miss what Jade asked? What do black people have to do with people not wanting their kids to enter sex work? I thought that she said, what do black people do to keep their kids out of sex work?
Actually, I can prove when I got my license.
Oh my god. Jade!
That's the way. I don't know. I don't think you'll like my prescriptions for destroying parasocial relationships. I think it's a bit too communistic.
Or just banal streaming services, banal media.
Kill capitalism, kill it.
Oh, Giga Chat. I love it. Capitalism always, man.
I mean, there is like, you know, levels of dopamine hits online. You like crack a joke and have a VC laugh, and you get some likes on a post somewhere. But if you got like 7,000 people watching a stream, and you type something out super witty, and big streamer responds, goes, "Ha, LOL, true," like says your name. That like defines people's months. Like they'll ride that high for months, dude.
Yeah.
Dude, bullshit. It's gonna be like a couple of hours.
So science, do you think that's prevented?
Probably a good future, be that.
I'm gonna change the subject. What's your perfect death? How do you want to die?
Death in my sleep with a bullet to the brain. Fastest, most painless way of going out.
Saving my family. About self-containment of existence, right? Like if existence is everything, literally everything, contain.
Yo, mama. I just want to know, is this the real lactoid in the chat? That's the only reason I joined. Is this the real lactoid?
The real lactoid? Is that
the real lactoid?
Oh no, your first fan lactoid, hell yeah!
Oh yeah, dude, I'm getting there.
Hey,
your first fan, brother, hell yeah.
Bro, I'm almost there.
Lactoid. I mean, he's a small streamer. He's already what top 15 to top 20% because he has 50 viewers.
Top 3%. Okay.
Top 3%, dude. I forgot how fucking insane the odds are for Twitch, man.
Wait, was that Ethan with the lactoid or nah, dude? Nah.
Yeah,
Wait, no, Lactoid agreed with me.
Lactoid
Lactoid fucking agreed with me, didn't you?
Lactoid, you know what his question means though, right? It means that there's fake lactoids pretending to be you out there somewhere.
I know. I mean,
Micro was, but I think he changed it.
Everyone wants to pretend, you know.
Lactoid, the best, my favorite DGG Lactoid moment was when Alien got banned for 2 days and said that you were a Fed. That was my favorite moment.
He did a lot more than just
he
say
got
I was
banned.
a Fed.
Yeah, no, he was like in your DMs and shit. He thought Uni was like out to get him and shit. Yeah, no, that guy. And then I think he got on his meds, but then he was like, "Oh guys, it was on roll." And you were like, "Was it though?"
Lactoid, I'm your biggest fan. Will you buy my mixtape and like tell everyone and make me famous?
Lactoid, I'm your biggest fan. Will you debate me? Will you debate me on necrophilia?
I didn't know people were still selling mixtapes.
Yeah, I was thinking about like having a debate with you about a necrophilia thing because we have like talked about it before, but I think it's probably too less than Twitch. Yeah. I think
guys, if you don't, hey, listen, you're not a real Lactoid fan if you don't know that that's his bread and butter. Okay.
It's actually how I.
That's how he came up.
I won. Yeah, I won.
But
Kai's favor through my defense of necrophilia, and
oh god.
Then he.
I remember one time.
But do you think you're gonna get banned?
For that? I don't think so.
No, you won't get banned for necrophilia.
Because like you're getting.
We talk about incest and fucking child rape all the time in the server. That's not banned. Okay.
No, not talking about the server. I'm talking about the Twitch because it's the.
It's not bannable on Twitch.
About...
Yeah.
Well, Stardust just got banned on Twitch and nobody knows why. So I think people are just Twitch might be.
Yeah, because I think I know I had some people get banned before for like some conversation topics as well on Twitch. Shit, especially Twitch. Maybe YouTube is fine.
Let's go for this other balloon. I got, what was that, one more left?
Another place where you can go is like Kick or fucking Rumble as well to have like a more hardcore conversation.
I delete my mods.
Yo, is there any website that's like as poppin' as YouTube?
I mean, Kick is getting more popular now. I don't know. I don't think it's as poppin' as YouTube. A lot of people are trying to move to Kick because it's like a big. It's a pretty big like. It's like a brand new market, so like new streamers will kind of stand out over there because the playing field's a lot more.
Standing out there. The other one is Rumble, right? For streaming.
So this is what I get for being a total boomer at the age of 35. What the fuck is Kick?
I don't know what the fuck Kick is.
Yeah, go.
You know the gambling stake. They were the gambling stake.com. Yeah, they basically created a website for streaming that's supposed to be like they're trying to make it like a Twitch competitor. But they have like Aiden Ross on there, and Trainwreck is like the one who's kind of pushing it the most. He's like, I don't know what his title is over there, but yeah, he does shit like that.
Yuck.
And apparently, at first it was basically like a porn site.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't a porn site. They just kind of they let everything fly for a while, and
of course the degenerates got their hands on it. Got it.
Well, yeah, they let everything fly for a while. So I'm pretty sure now even you can still say slurs and it's fine. Fuck, dude. There's this ambulance behind me, but I don't know how I don't know how it's gonna get over and get past people, but yeah, I gotta get over. What is it turning? Oh fuck yeah, let's go. It turned, we're good. Oh wait, no, it didn't. If I go fast enough, I don't have to pull over.
Is that how that works?
I mean, it's pretty far behind me right now, and I think it's gonna turn left when I get up to this like street. So as of right now, I'm far enough in front of it where it's fine. But yeah, I'm not like directly in front of it. It's laid over. But yeah, no. So you can kind of just let everything fly for a while, so like you can still say slurs or whatever. Or there's like the famous Destiny clip where he was like, "Kill yourself in a video game." I mean, no, wait, I'm actually on Kick. Actually, kill yourself. Actually, kill yourself. Which is a pretty good clip.
That's where it comes from. Okay.
Yeah.
But what car are you driving?
I got a Mazda CX-30 2022. This shit's fucking fire.
Is it all-wheel drive, rear drive, front-wheel drive?
I'm just gonna go ahead. Here, let me help you with this one. If you think that anything Mazda is "quote unquote" fire, I'm gonna go and just offer to go and buy you your next box of tampons. I'm just gonna do it.
Dude, my car is sporty as fuck. It's got good mileage. It's like big enough to fit all the shit I need to bring. And it goes fast. Looks good.
Based.
Listen, if you also, fast. By the way, look it up. Look up what that car looks like and tell me that thing isn't fire. Okay. Listen, if you want to buy me another car, then go for it. But also, motherfucker, what are you driving? What are you driving?
Oh, I drive a piece of shit. I'm not gonna say that my car. I'm not gonna say that my car is fire.
I like my car.
What are you driving, Andy? What a drive? What is the car?
Listen, I'm 23 driving a $35,000 car. Hey, fucking leave me
alone. But okay, right? Here I have a question for you. Do you own it outright? Do you own it outright?
I put $25K down. I'm paying off $10K.
So you don't even own your own car? Yeah. So you took a loan out on a depreciating asset. Got it.
Kind of do, but yeah.
Well, it sounds like he's got shekels though. It sounds like it's not an issue to pay it off.
I literally have this entire.
Bought a house at fucking 23 too. But you're not gonna say I don't own my house because
mortgages are went falling. I am curious. How did you pull all this off? That's Oh yeah.
I'm gonna be honest. I have rich parents. Okay, I'm gonna be real. I have rich parents.
Fuck.
I don't think that's bad.
Fucking based.
People shit on like the whole rich parent idea, but like, isn't it ideal that like you want your kids to have the best future possible?
I don't begrudge anybody for having rich parents. I just don't think that you don't deserve to have an opinion about anything. But that's besides the point.
I don't know. Wait,
bro.
But this is not my parents put down the $25K for my car, so I can't say it's cool.
This is boring.
He should still be.
Parents make good decisions. You're not.
And it's my fault that he isn't.
Yeah, listen, my dad's does really good for himself, and my mom does really good for herself. So I don't think there's anything wrong with it. As long as I'm not being a fucking asshole. It's whatever.
So you probably
also, I'm not like rich. Okay, my parents are just well off.
Wouldn't that mean like he would just be like? Wouldn't that mean you should have an opinion because you got a lot of good advice?
But he died protecting me.
That's true. I do have good advice. Yep. And I also, it's not like I'm just like a fucking neat. Like I bought my own place. I work a fucking job at like a really big company.
And I cannot help but feel guilty
over
that.
You might stop this and just hop on Daisy, bro.
I believe I would feel less helpless
if
I could truly put an end to
gotta step my shit up.
No sex allowed.
I'm a lawyer. What's up?
Of course you have.
Oh, I also got free college.
Yo, what's up?
You've done a great deal of good that is
Because
all.
You know, we call that privilege, baby. Let's go.
Each day he becomes free. He does more damage.
White privilege.
No, it's not white privilege. That's just privilege because it's rich.
I've never seen
Yeah, man, that's white privilege.
I was about to say probably the richest person I know, like personally know, is a fucking person of color. So I ain't gonna go and play that fucking card.
I mean, how far in the color is he though?
Oh, he's blacker than the fucking night is long, dude. he's of Nigerian parents. He is fucking. He is a black man.
I was gonna say, yeah.
Usually, when people say people of color, they're not talking about black people.
Oh no. Let's put it this way: if I was to go and take this guy out hunting at night, he does not have to put any fucking face camouflage on. He is dark enough.
That's hilarious.
You just like look at him and
Hopefully
see
he puts
like
the vest
floating
on
eyes.
so you don't like shoot him.
And teeth.
I just watched a person call out a veteran who put up a picture of him and a buddy of his who got killed in Afghanistan from the SEAL teams, and they had black face paint on, and they were blacked out. And this person actually posted about how rude it was that they were wearing blackface while waiting on the Taliban. And I'm like,
Was it
I know
lax?
this person actually knows nothing about what they were talking about.
My question is, why would
Definitely
they be
sounds
waiting
like
for the
lax.
Taliban? That's kind of the more concerning part.
Why would they raid the Taliban?
Oh wait, you said raid?
Raid.
Oh, I thought you said wait, like they're waiting.
No, raid. Romeo out to India Delta. Raid. Like World of Warcraft. Raid.
Shit.
Like the
Raid Shadow Legends.
Like the thing that kills bugs. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, so
yeah, that thing.
We're gonna. Okay.
I've heard of that before.
Well, like the thing with blackface that's like really weird is like there's a lot of times like if you're doing it in a way that is like not like supposed to be like like the Community episode. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, there was like
D&D.
there was like 5 or 7 years ago a senator or a rep or something like that at the state level. Don't remember what state it was, but they were called out for that, and they were playing the part of a black character, and in a high school play, and people were like, "Well, they should have chosen a black student," and they're like, "But no black students signed up for drama."
Oh yeah, didn't they cancel the play?
You can't select who hasn't signed up.
I mean, I feel like if you're doing like ironic blackface, like we're like in a TV show, right? So like Always Sunny or like Community, where they've done it before. I feel like that's not that bad. Like if you're doing it ironically and you're pointing out how like shitty the person is for doing it, right? Like that, I feel like that's funny. But then you have like Justin Trudeau, who did blackface in high school, and I swear to God, every once in a while they like come up with a new picture I haven't seen of him in blackface. I'm like, where the fuck? How many times did he do that?
It was kind of funny
what
though.
if it was funny enough?
Oh,
I'm gonna say it was kind of funny though.
I hate Justin Trudeau and everything that he stands for, but some of that shit's kind of funny.
Oh, it's really, really funny.
Yeah.
Like how funny
I think
until it like is no longer racist is the question. If like some formula exists out there.
Well, I think
if you're doing it with
no, you go.
I think if you're doing it with malice, then that's the only time it's not cool.
Yeah, that's where I was going to go. Is I think the question is intent. What's your intent?
Yeah.
Well, like the thing is, nobody does blackface anymore in the way that they used to in like the minstrel shows, right? Like nobody does blackface in order to like actually like impersonate black people. It's usually like in Always Sunny, like the whole point of that entire show is that the whole point of that entire show is that they're all pieces of shit, right? Like they're all terrible people. And so, like, when you're doing it, like, it's funny because they're terrible people, and it's funny because it's racist, but they're not actually racist, right? And they get called out on the show, right?
So, it's going to remain a problem. It's going to remain a problem until they are able to, get past these people who are naysayers, who are just really awful about, like, the content of, like, the show, or, like, I mean, comedy. You've got people going after Gabriel Iglesias over his racist gift basket skit. For those who haven't heard it, it's one of the funniest pieces of fucking comedy ever made in the last 15 years. But he gets told that he's a racist and he's marginalizing the guy that he's joking about, forgetting that there's specials where his friend that he made the racist gift basket, a man who is as black as the night is long, went on stage and finished the story, which makes it even all the more funnier. Because well, I do. I mean, it's you're talking about super funny, and people are now telling Gabriel Iglesias that that's racist, but the people who are telling him that it's racist are like white women. I mean, it's not anybody of anybody who should be offended if it was offensive, who are finding it offensive.
To be clear, would that matter?
Yeah, true. It does.
Like, if it were a bunch of black people that were offended, would that matter to you, or would you still say it's just comedy?
That's a good question.
That I actually would take into account. I would actually go and take into account, and I would go and add that to kind of the calculus of whether it's actually funny or not. But given that
what did it make you laugh?
Yeah, that's what I was about to ask.
Oh, for the same
If it
reason.
was funny, it was funny.
Yeah,
it made you laugh. It was funny.
Well, now the question is whether it's culturally appropriate. I think that's the question that you're at. That's the question that we should be asking. Is it culturally appropriate?
Why? But I don't understand why it would matter.
Yeah, why does that matter?
I think people should just stop giving a shit. Like, you don't gotta fucking censor everything.
If the point is to be funny and it's meant to make a comment on society, why would it matter if anybody's offended, white or otherwise?
Oh, I probably would still end up, coming to the same conclusions. That's got to be royal. That's royal lineage's voice, isn't it? That's
I'm the greatest white.
No, I would still come to the same conclusions. I would stop and go and question myself, but I don't think that it would move the needle. Now, if you had I'll ask you this: if the whole black community came out and said, "Hey, that's really not funny," and it was a whole community that was coming in, is it still funny?
Yeah. Well, no, it's a joke, but it's not funny.
Exactly. That's what we're talking about.
What if I laughed at it though? You're saying it's okay because people found it funny, but it would still be okay even if it wasn't funny.
Maybe.
Why maybe? Like, what makes jokes permissible, even if they're like insulting or racist or otherwise?
Cultural norm, I think, is
Marxism.
Norms allow you to say something racist and it be okay?
Yeah,
well, there's
actually true.
There's there's lines in the sand that we generally don't cross. And
when you say there's red lines,
I feel like you gotta bite that bullet, dude. Yeah, of course it is. That's why it's okay to make fun of white people and call white women Karens for sure. Absolutely.
The answer is it's all okay, right? People might get their feelings hurt, and you can feel bad for them, but it's still okay to do.
What if it's all morally wrong, but like still funny?
Well, I'll tell you what. I see where you're coming from. Let's look at it from an effectiveness of you can go and tell, if you're a comedian, you can go and tell any joke that you want. What's actually going to deliver? What's actually going to go and get all the laughs and go and be
a white guy saying the N-word?
Well, I'll tell you what. If you're,
that'd make me laugh.
It would make me laugh too. But it would make me laugh harder if it was that guy making that joke, yelling the N-word in a room full of like Black Lives Matter protesters. That'd be
hilarious.
But it would be hilarious, but it would not be good for that comedian. You gotta. I guess what I'm saying is you gotta go and know your audience.
Okay. So what's my audience?
It was good for Sam.
I don't know.
Apparently, GGGers, baby. Let's go.
It was really good for his career. But no, I get what you're saying.
Blacktoid, are you playing the Turkish Empire?
I'm playing Civilization 3 as the Ottomans, yeah.
Oh, you know what game I actually just got? Really, really good is Age of Wonders 4 is actually really, really good. I think it actually, I think it does what Civ does, but slightly better.
So I was just trying to go and, I've been playing Civ 4 for a long time. And I just decided to go and start playing. I downloaded Civ 5 on Steam. I was like, I'll give the next game a try. I must be a jackass and an absolute idiot because I can't figure it out.
It's not. No, you're not. It's just. Well, I mean, you might be, but the game is not good. The game is. No, Civ 5 is fucking terrible. Yeah, it's not a good game.
Okay, especially compared to Civ 4.
Yeah, Civ 4 is the best Civ, 100%.
I think Civ 3 is the best.
I think Civ 4 is like the perfect mix of like modern technology, not like modern technology making the game like better, but also still being like playable in terms of like religion is like a huge part of Civ 5. But it feels like a religious win doesn't feel like good on that game. Like I don't know how else to really describe it. Like the religious wins are just a little weird in that game compared to like I always went for like the military win and stuff like that.
No, I do that too, just because like, I mean, in Civ 4, religious win, go and just build churches everywhere and try to convert everybody and become friends with everybody, versus military domination. Rape, pillage, and burn, raise all those cities. One is far more entertaining than the other.
Lactoid, I sent you a DM.
Let me check.
We've got dark wizards these days that make Emmerich the evil look
Oh my god. Oh my god.
How good is that?
So edgy. So edgy. For the edgiest of edgy.
Oh, it's so good.
Look for a unicorn with a beautifully bright coat.
That's one word for it, I guess.
Sounds as if she's in trouble.
Are you picking on Lactoid again?
No, I'm picking on a group that needs to be picked on more, I think.
He's picking on a group that you can't pick on in DGG openly.
It's
Is it Jewish people?
Whoa, you don't know that.
Have a look around. I'll be with you in just a minute.
But also, yes.
Sure.
No, I do know that. No, I do know that. Just the way that you said it, I'm like, no, I'm pretty sure I know exactly what it is.
It could have been, to be fair, it could have been women.
It could have been.
It could have been Jewish people too. You don't know.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
No, I actually, no, I have a lot of like Jew friends that I like. So
still, you could be picking on.
You could.
Right.
Or you like to pull people's likes.
Are you a big fan of Are you a big fan of Shooty Boy, Cora?
Shooty Boy's annoying as hell. What are you talking about?
I love Shooty Boy actually, but that's okay.
No, he's fine.
No, Shooty
Are you a fan of
Boy is
Fnatic?
like one of the people in this server, like one of the people in here who will genuinely have any conversation with you in good faith and won't resort to like super bad faith shit.
That's not true. He tried to get me banned because I said most black people don't belong at Harvard. And he literally reported me like for free.
I feel like the way that you said the way that you like say that.
I'm about to say that sounds kind of fucked up.
No.
It's true, but he sounds fucked up.
He reported it to Free, and Free was like, "This isn't racist," so he just got fucking smacked down. It was pretty sick, but he did try.
He did get banned
That's
for saying he was
hilarious.
gonna strangle Jackass in his sleep. That was funny.
That's pretty hardcore.
Yeah.
I mean, I said I was doing something similar. I wasn't banned, so.
Well, there wasn't a mod on the room. That's probably why.
No, I got reported. I got a warning.
No, there you go.
I think Andrea put a note on me.
The last time I legitimately got banned, because I don't count the last time, because I thought that if I did @ here in one of the side chats, it would just @ everybody in the side chat. Turns out it @ everybody who has access to that channel. Didn't realize that, so I got banned by the bot. But other than that, I think the last time I was a sophomore. I've been in the server for like 5 years. So like I was a sophomore in college, and I said the F slur, and I got banned.
Why'd you do that?
I was about to say, why are you doing shit like that, bro?
Yeah, what the
because it
fuck's
was a
wrong
part
with
of. And listen, I don't like it. I'm not. Listen, okay. I don't stand by it. It was just a part of my vocabulary back then.
You're a reformed man.
Also, my thing is because of my life.
I haven't said the F slur. I haven't called anybody the F slur in a while. Okay, unless I haven't said the F slur, that's not 100% true. I haven't called anybody the F slur. Okay.
So, I sometimes wonder if the server has gone a little bit too far with stuff like that. Like I got banned for 3 days for making a comment to somebody with a speech impediment to hurry up and spit it out, and it was wrong. I'll give you, it was wrong. And a couple months later, I saw the person, and I actually, in a small chat, apologized to that person, and the person goes, "Oh, yeah, I think I remember that. I really don't like. You're cool, man. It's fine." Like it. Like I guess if you're.
And is it really wrong though? Like just because someone, like it just go.
Right, just because the
It goes
person
back to that black thing, yeah. Just because somebody finds wrong doesn't.
Well,
Yeah.
like, what if it was somebody who did care, though? That's the thing. That's what those rules are basically.
Does it really matter? But does it matter if they like somebody cares, somebody doesn't? Like I'm black. I don't care if a white person says the N word, but there's a bunch of black people that care.
Yeah, so that's why the
Like,
rule stands.
do it. All right. So, but
And
would
there's
do
also a
they
bunch of white
trump
people who
me?
care. A lot of white people would probably care more
Exactly.
than black people.
Mostly white people.
Mostly
Well,
white
that's
But whose feelings?
mostly white
Whose
people.
feelings matter the most? Am I irrational? Which the more rational
gotta take
person?
you-
Am I more rational for not caring about words, or are they rational for like
It's not
getting
about
so
rational.
butthurt over a word?
Yeah, I don't think
What's
feelings
it
are
about?
inherently-
It's about
That's not
feelings.
rational.
Yeah,
We're just talking
Yeah.
about like just because somebody themselves who might have been like the target of something like that didn't feel any which way about it. It's not really necessarily about that one individual. It's about the precedent set and the type of like communication and type of behavior like we want to encourage in a place like that. Right,
Yeah.
and that type isn't allowed, and so even though that one instance the person may not have cared that much, there are going to be others, and there are going to be others that don't want that type of behavior to be a thing or be allowed or be like not pushed back against, right? Because it's just like it's a mean thing, it's bullying, yeah, it's just like.
No, I get it. I totally
if you,
get it. I totally get it.
if you target at someone, like I'm not saying like if a white person calls me the N word with a hard R, I'm not gonna care. But I'm saying like if they're just saying it in like conversation, like hey, what's up, my N word or something like that, I don't give a fuck.
Or quoting somebody or
Like,
singing a song. Or...
Yeah,
Yeah, there's
yeah,
definitely
that
got to be
shit doesn't matter.
discretion, right? Depending, like it's not necessarily wholesale. Like I've heard, people say slurs here that have been banned, and within the context of the conversation, it's like okay, like there's no reason to ban them, or do anything really.
That's like with any word,
if
though.
they keep like repeating it and whatnot, I'll let them know. But like it's but yeah, like it's sometimes like assuming people are being mature about it, like and if I'm there, if I happen to be there, like yeah, I just won't really say anything.
And
that
people
makes
can
sense within the
definitely.
context.
And people can definitely be extremely fucking racist without spitting out one single slur. And
Yeah.
Wait, Royal, are
that
you
shit
a
is
fucking
like
Of course.
people getting. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's why I don't take offense of that one word because
Jesus,
it's like you're not racist just
people
because you say a
one
fucking
hand.
word.
Sorry.
I am Fred. That is Royal. Sometimes.
Oh, dude. Okay, listen. You guys
don't
all
let
fucking
him
sound-
gaslight you. I'm Fred.
Yeah, now I get it. Listen, you two
I don't
talking.
understand how
Listen,
No, I am
you guys-
Fred.
if you guys
I'm Fred.
If you guys
No,
talk,
I'm Fred.
If you guys talk if you guys talk like 3 minutes apart, I wouldn't tell. But right after each other, like it's the mic quality. Your voices are similar. It's just the mic quality that gets me.
No way.
Yeah, the
Is
mic
mine
quality
bad?
gets it.
No, it's not.
No, it's Royal. Royal
Neither
bad.
of them
I
are
agree with.
bad, they're just different.
Well, I just can't.
My
tell
mic
Royal.
quality is bad.
No, it's not
No,
bad.
it's-
It's
I
just
mean, I wouldn't say it's good, but I wouldn't say it's bad.
How do I reg somebody for racism?
You want to know how you can? Here's how you tell the difference.
You're a
Fred
reg now,
sounds.
don't you know?
Wait, one hand. Here's how you can tell. Fred sounds cynical and sounds like he wants to strangle someone. Royal sounds very happy.
Yeah, Royal's the happiest person on the VC.
So real quick, you guys don't get a giggle out of this. So before I mentioned, one of my customers, he's black. He gets in the car with me to go and visit a couple of his local sites. I figure I'd show for him, and he gets in and fire up the car, and instantly the last song I was listening to, which was Rough Rider Anthem by DMX, cranking super loud, and I'm like, oh my god, because it cranks just as it's the uncensored old school version, and he's got a couple N-bombs in there, and I'm like slamming his shit. I'm like, I am so sorry, Chris, and he just looks at me, goes, for what? Turn that shit back on. That's awesome. And I thought,
Exactly.
yeah,
I know
exactly.
what you're talking about.
Everyone's like, yeah, he's like, yeah, we're gonna fucking ride out to Rough Rider Anthem is what we're gonna fucking do. But like, you just like, I thought I was gonna lose my customer at that moment.
Yeah, one time I was hanging out with my girlfriend's cousin. He got in the car and I played the old version of Let's Get It Started in here, and he has a learning disability. I'm just kidding.
Oh shit! Okay.
Brother. Bro, I
Most
know.
of that stuff is.
I have like a similar thing, like not for me, like I was the brown person in the situation with a white friend. And obviously, we don't have like the all N-word context thing here, so most people don't even speak English, so they don't give a fuck. So he was singing. He's like a big Kanye fan, and he was singing that song like "My N-words can control me. I can control my N-words." I forgot the name of the song. That song is fire.
Oh,
And all the fucking times he was passing me, he was singing that song. It was so funny because I mean, if I were me and another motherfucker, they actually speak English, know the context of that shit, like the N-word and stuff. But people don't give a fuck because they don't know. It's so
Well,
funny.
fuck, what language was it? I can't remember. Somebody was in here, and he was like, "Yeah, in my language, like the word for black people and the word for the N word are the same word." And I was like, "Wait, what the fuck? What do you mean?" I was like, "Yep."
It was Irish? No, Irish. Fucking.
No, not Irish. They speak English, my guy. What do you mean?
No, it might have been Filipino.
Spanish.
I'm sorry.
I can't remember.
Spanish for
It was
black.
like a specific.
It could have been
No, it was somewhere in Europe. I can't remember where though. Fuck.
I forgot her name, but I know what you're talking about.
There's a word in Chinese that's very similar to the N-word, and sometimes when you're in Chinatown, you'll be walking and you'll hear somebody. It sounds like drop an N-bomb, but they're just saying.
Technically, it's not a word; it's a filler, like a sound, like
filler,
W, or
Yeah.
Yeah. Very similar.
Yeah, there's a lot of sounds in Japanese that sound like the N-word because you'll be watching, like you'll be watching Japanese version of anime, you know, like sub, and you're looking at your phone or something, and you say the N-word a few times, like whoa, when you just look up and it's just like some other word, and you're like, oh, right.
You just made me remember the fucking VTuber memes of the Japanese VTubers seeing the fucking GTA 5 meme of Lamar and I forgot the name of the character. And the motherfucker says it, and she says it as well. It's
Does
so
anybody
funny.
here
Like,
speak Spanish?
Barely. I only know.
Johnny, how do you say black in Spanish?
That convention.
I have no idea.
Is negro.
Yeah. So the problem is, if you want to say, so if you want to say gray and black in Spanish,
this meme.
Gray is gris, and is e, so gray and is gris-y. And then if you say black, it's a really unfortunate sounding thing in English.
Oh no, in English.
Would you get something out of it?
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
You say you definitely did or didn't?
I vaguely remember there's a word in Spanish that sounds like, if I remember correctly, the word pregnant or something like that, but it does not mean pregnant. But you hear that word and you're like, oh, you're assuming it's a. What's that?
Bull things, whatever.
Fuck.
And that's her. That's
pregnant, but it's not pregnant.
Yeah, like it sounds like the English word pregnant, but it's like it's not. Yes. What does that word mean?
I just forgot the meaning.
Yeah,
I know in Dutch, there was some guy who was on TikTok and he was talking about it. He was like, yeah, like in Dutch, the word poor is blak. And so he was like I think he was somewhere in Africa, and he was like switching between Dutch and English like without realizing it. And so he was talking to her. She was like, "Oh, do you want to buy this?" He's like, "No, sorry, I'm black." And she was like, "What?" He was like, "Oh, sorry. I just meant I'm poor." And she was like, "What?" He was like, "Fuck." Like, he's like, I don't know how to explain it to you.
I mean,
so
don't get me wrong.
How do I get that taken off of my rap sheet? Because technically, I didn't have any static coming from my mic. He got annoyed at me and then just randomly was like, "Oh, you had static coming from your mic, so I server muted you."
I was told by two admins.
Always go up.
Like,
always go up, but
I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what two admins said.
I mean, I got muted sometimes for that shit.
You'd have to. I can't do anything. You'd have to just ask him to remove it. Because we can't change each other's things unless either they.
That's what I'm saying. Like, don't keep switching job to job, and when you could have been like running a place.
Put the thing on the rap sheet.
Like by the time you get to like your fourth job or something.
Looks like.
That was the struggle. Yeah. That was the struggle with me, is like staying with my job and then me just being like, no, I know I'm gonna be, I know I'm gonna do something more than this. I know I'm gonna be in higher position. Fuck that.
Absolute.
Because I had people telling me I should quit and go to a different job and shit. I'm like, nah, I'm gonna stick it out, see what happens.
And how they're not good places to be. Like the young people don't want to live there. And next thing I know, I'm getting a warning that, she's saying that I'm saying racist things. And when I went to a couple of the admins and said, hey, this is BS, I want that taken off, the response was, don't worry about it, it doesn't mean anything. Now, whether that's true or not, well, no. That's what I was told by 2 admins.
Have you considered
Yeah,
not being
Cardigan
racist?
she can be bad faith sometimes.
Have you considered the possibility that you actually were being
One thing-
racist? And
Yeah, what was you saying?
I
Do you want to say it
one
again?
thing I want to do is
most
start
black people
taking
shouldn't be
camera
able to,
like
or,
everywhere.
or not able to go to Harvard. What was
Because
what was
like
the
you
exact
be
statement?
like
I
you
forget.
be
No,
saying,
no,
oh,
no,
my
you're
old
getting
people
it
in
mixed up.
Harvard, it's pretty.
Yeah,
It's
I
cute.
Most
We can even
people
be
that are in
have some
Harvard
like
doesn't deserve to
house
be there because
photography
they
or
got there because of
apartment
acceptance.
photography as
it's
well.
got,
Like
no,
you
it's
can
got nothing.
expand your
It's got,
shit.
I was
You
going
don't
to say
even
that.
gotta
That's
just
not
do
the.
like photo
If you'll pull
shoots.
my
You can do a bunch of other shit too.
It was we were discussing Native American reservations, especially out west and down south, and how absolutely abhorrent the living conditions are, and that most young people don't want to live there because it's you're in abject poverty, it's squalor, it's awful, it is absolutely terrible, and none of the young people stay.
And you
All
don't
the young
even need to.
people get out the
Sorry.
moment that they're 18, and there's a reason for
You
that.
don't
And I
even need to
even
have
we were
just
talking about
one
like
page.
writing about
You can
there's
have sad
academic
photography,
literature
nature,
about this
sad
subject.
photography, apartment,
And next
sad
thing you know, I'm
photography, this, some
as somebody said, I mean, she's just a
So you
bad
have a
faith person.
page for your just regular photo shoots, sad photography events.
Exactly. I mean, if anybody wants,
I don't need to hear opinions from a
I
fucking
know, you
racist.
seem a
if
bit
anybody
too
wants to,
racist to make these claims, my guy.
Should I really trust what the words from a racist? I wouldn't if I were.
I know, absolutely terrible.
I
mean,
I know I wouldn't.
You know, people pay big bread for
and
like
when she
I'm
went,
actually
when she
more
went
inclined
after,
to trust racists.
and when she went,
Like big
and when
bread.
she went after
Like
me,
if you take
and when
some
she
good
went after me in
pictures
that
while
chat,
we're out,
Society deems them as wrong
on a
people,
camping
so
trip,
I need to
like
hear
some
them.
real good pictures of the
when she
camping
went
trip and stuff,
after me in that
just
chat,
go to
it
them
was
and be like,
all
hey, you guys want these
comments. It was
pictures?
all personal insults. No data pushing back. Like, oh, actually, it's if she could show me the data that
Let
actually
me get
no,
back
it's
into
not
this
as bad as
conversation.
you're
I hear
saying
these
is
niggas talking to me.
on tribal land or something to that
Gotta get
effect.
back on my stream.
But she didn't because she
You know what?
couldn't.
I'll
I'm
talk
gonna
to
get
you. I'll
two-party
probably be on here for
confirmation on
another
this story.
30
I'm
minutes.
smelling bullshit in here. It's gonna
Really,
be-
really, we
Alright.
smelling bullshit.
Probably
yeah.
all bullshit. Yeah.
Alright.
But anyways, I just pulled dinner off the grill, everybody. I will probably see you guys around later on.
What'd you make?
Chicken drumsticks and curried zucchini.
Oh, sounds good.
Disgusting.
Sounds fancy.
I went to my grandma's house for dinner. I had burnt pork ends that were really fucking good. And
Barn?
no,
A barn?
well that's like they're burnt pork ends. It's fuck, where is it? It's like
The
I think it's like
recipe
an Asian
calls
dish.
for them being burned.
They're not like burnt as in like she burned them. Like it's a way of like fuck, I don't know. That's just how she fucking told me. They were not burnt and they were great. They're actually like, really really good.
They're basically just carbon.
They're
Just carbon.
No, they were good. They were good. And then we also had some salmon.
Ooh.
Hold on. Burnt pork ends.
I got a question for Lactoid. Wait, were you on that? Is that you that was on a stream with Fnatic and him last night?
Yeah, hell yeah, that was me.
Yeah,
He was the
I
racist
wonder,
one.
How,
yeah,
how is it like having a debate with that guy? Because like when he goes off, do you just stop listening or do you just try to listen to the shit he says?
How many times did you want to shoot yourself after he talked?
Yeah, basically.
Look, I listen to Black Perspectives. I don't know about you.
I can hear the smile in your voice, you fucker. All right, say it. Say it proudly.
I can hear the smile.
Have some conviction, dude. God damn.
I listen to Black Voices too, just not fanatics. Okay, that guy's a fucking great. Well, he's a fanatic. I'm gonna say.
Lactoid, what is the smartest thing you've ever heard a black person say?
Everything J Moss has ever said.
True.
And
you
me,
said
obviously.
black person.
Ooh.
Oh wait, is Jaden Moss not in here? Oh, I thought he was in here.
Challenge is blackism.
That was racist.
No, I always do it. I'll
you
do it if
implying there's no other smart black people? It's just JMOs?
Damn.
Yep.
Yeah, bro.
Don't make me answer.
Me and you, Johnny, were.
Are you trying to say? Are you trying to say he's one of the good ones? Is that what you're telling me, Lactoid?
I'm not saying anything like that. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't want to speak anymore.
It's one of the good ones.
Yeah, somebody else
Plead
can
the
talk
fifth?
for a minute. I don't know.
I'm just clarifying. It's fine.
It just seemed like an annoying ass conversation to me.
He just wants to make room for more black voices. Is all.
Yeah, I want to make room for more black. Exactly. Yeah.
There you go.
Make some room.
Damn, Lactoid, you taking the streaming thing serious now, huh?
I'm trying.
You got fucking streams popping off every fucking day of the week now.
How was he in that last stream?
Fanatic, he left when Doobie said the N-word.
Yeah. Yeah,
How
he
good
bumped
were
up.
you in that last stream? Did you actually like speak up, or were you like passive?
Oh, nice.
You a beta.
There's a panel, of course. Spoke up every month.
Fucking
Prime's
bitch.
I was on one of those panels, and oh fuck, who was I talking to? Shit, I forget her name, but I don't know. She said some dumb shit. I can't remember her name though. Fuck, it's gonna bother me.
Nina.
It's the vaguest fucking.
No, she's trans, and she has the name that sounds like somebody else's name.
Cash?
No. Fuck, I forget her name, but it sounds like somebody else's name, and I can't remember. It's like very, very similar. She's not like a big streamer at all. Or
Gotcha points?
Oh,
no.
oh yeah, if it's not contra points, I think. Then I don't know.
Fuck, I forget. No, she's not like a big person at all. So she's just been on a few of those panels before, like notoriously for saying dumb shit. But I remember. No, I can't remember. I'll figure it out at some point. But yeah, no, we were talking about like the legal system, and I can't remember what she said. But I basically got her to just admit that she had no idea what she was talking about, and that she was making up her idea on the spot, and then she left.
Oh my!
Left the panel.
Yeah, she like dipped the fuck out. I was like, all right, cool. See ya.
It's always hardcore when that happens.
Hey, bro, how fucking do it, mate?
Oh,
Yo,
You cheeky fucking bro. You cheeky fucker.
A Prime's panel's still a shit show where it's like 16 people in a room trying to fucking talk over each other.
Those are the open panels. I get invited to the
Oh, you do? It's
exclusive
like little
panels.
private stuff ones.
Yeah.
I went to the open panel.
We're invited to the exclusive ones. You just gotta ask.
Dude, and the shit rises to
So
the top.
exclusive, you
I'm
just ask to
45
get on.
minutes into your video, Lactoid, and you haven't spoken yet.
There's
Yeah.
no way. There's no way you're 45 minutes in. You have not been watching.
Sorry,
it.
I'm 50 minutes and 44 seconds in.
You're a liar.
Wait, how far in do I have to go before Doobie drops the M-bomb and Fnatic gets triggered?
I love when Doobie says the N-word, bro.
What is this video, by the way? Can you post it on Gen Voice?
You don't think Doobie's racist?
Just go to Lactoid TV.
I think it's an equal opportunity.
You go to my
On YouTube?
profile,
Okay.
you can see it.
He's
You go to my
equal
profile.
opportunity discrimination, okay? Don't worry about
Yeah,
it.
that's a good way. to put it.
Doobie's brown, and everybody always freaks
55
out whenever he
minutes,
says the
50
N-word.
I thought it was really hilarious. After
4.5
Doobie dropped-
hours. God
After
damn.
Doobie dropped that, I went and checked out Fnatic's stream, and everyone in there was just talking shit about Mexicans. It was really funny.
Yeah.
That's really funny to you?
Yeah.
Dude, I don't know how Fnatic has been able to shed the absolute batshit fucking crazy. Like when Fnatic was hanging out in DGG, they were like Nikki level mentally deranged.
That's how he became a streamer.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
like no one seems to know this.
Well,
I think he just
I don't
gets,
think a
like-
lot of people would necessarily watch Fnatic for Fnatic. They watch him for his attitude.
Yeah.
And music explodes.
It seems
Yeah.
like the
Exactly what I
way
was about to
that-
say.
Oh,
Yep.
not for the artist, you know.
Right.
It seems like the
Yeah,
way
that's
that
exactly what I was
it
about to
seems
say.
like the way that with like a lot of these like politics streamers that like kind of go back like, at least a few years is that they were on some panel with Destiny, right? And then they have like a pretty lukewarm take that, and they're defending it against somebody who's like actually fucking insane. They start gaining a following, and then they go fucking berserk.
I think it's very important to understand that the vast majority of these
Pipeline at
people
work, dude.
I have like, that's not actually who they are, and like there's the performative aspect of it is built in. So like going berserk and everything else like that is one of them. Fnatic might actually be that way, but like
Well, no, I mean like
Not
even somebody like
intelligent is his mask.
even somebody like Vosh, even though Vosh doesn't like super fit into that mold, I mean, like when I say like insane, I mean like even Vosh level is I think is like I think he's
Another
fucking
one.
crazy.
Vosh used to be fucking crazy in BGG.
Bro, what do you mean the horse cock lover? What? No way.
That's why I said he didn't fit into that mold. Is what I'm saying. Like he didn't necessarily fit into that mold, but I think like he like kind of went crazy.
Yeah, because but he was the insane one of the insane ones like before, right?
Yeah, well, he was like the super communist, like telling fucking what's his name that he
Not
would
even.
kill him.
That wasn't even the problem, dude. Like, people forget, right? The fucking shit that came out about fucking Vosh from here is just the shit that, like, got exposed and caught. Vosh used to be in here and would, like giga sex pest. Like, it was significantly fucking more than just, like, what was
change his name.
Worse than, like, the DMs that we've seen exposed?
Yes.
Wow.
Well, I always like think that like the stuff that you get caught doing is just like part of the story, right? So like I believe it.
Right. For everyone that comes forward, right? Think about the amount of women that are like, I don't want to get involved in this.
When I see one.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is why I don't sex pest women. I just tell them that they're histrionic.
True. Sex pest men. Let's go.
This is why when I sex pest women.
Big ass reason why I stay away from fucking DMs, especially with fucking women on this.
I have not been canceled. I have not been canceled for women yet.
My favorite micro incident was the one that Auntie posts where somebody said, "You need to reg her," and Micro said no. The reason he gave was fucking gold.
One of the students who saved little Archie.
It was true.
Thanks for not giving the reason, you fucking retard.
Yeah, because it's either he
so
can
give
tell
the
it 'cause
reason.
he wants to.
Give it. Shut up.
No, it's
because I was trying to have sex with her.
In a much more articulate way, he said that, which is
tell your stay-at-home husband.
Did it work?
No, dude, and thank God it did because she ended up baby trapping a dude.
Jeez.
Oh.
Yeah, but she's like rich. Who the fuck cares?
What?
Oh, you were
French
trying to
Laura.
get with her? Jeez.
Dude, French
Who's
Laura,
her?
I got close with that one.
Why?
Oh no.
Why do you make the decisions you make?
Wait, why do like the
She's hot and was
the
nearby,
reasonably
yeah.
attracted chick that flies private everywhere? Why did I want to have sex with her? What do you mean?
he wanted to baby trap her.
I don't
I was
understand.
about to say that you want the baby.
Laura's back in the server, by the way, like yesterday.
No way, what?
Yeah, she should have
And
just
Micro's
done
like,
that
I'm in.
MILF.
It's like you're trying to BC and was like, you shouldn't be talking much, but yeah.
I still feel bad for fucking Zintani. Oh my god.
No, dude, the best DGG ban was Jerry Can, and if you've been here for a while and you know that story, that was by far the best one.
I miss Jerry Can.
Jerry Can.
That was the best one.
Jerry Can did nothing wrong.
True.
I didn't know why they were banned.
What did he get banned
Oh,
for?
oh yeah.
Can
So Jerry,
was
he was banned for
masturbating
stroking.
on Mike.
He was stroking his dick because there was women in the chat.
No way.
Yes, absolutely. That's why he got banned. I swear to God, that's why he got banned.
No way that shouldn't happen, bro.
This is the way.
What is it? It's nothing.
It's absolutely.
You guys got a whole
Hey,
little
what do you
community
slap
here.
his
What the
feet,
fuck?
like,
We've no secrets to
in a
hide.
fucking
That's right.
like what the fuck?
Did
Like,
I
how
think
would
of
you
that
know?
meme that fucking it's like I'm stroking my dick like I fucking
It was
over
like
here
that.
stroking my shit.
Just a lot.
I got lotion on
Wait,
my
so how
dick.
did you get
stroking
caught?
my dick.
He told people he was doing it.
Yeah, he said, I'm currently masturbating to these girls.
Yeah.
And every time the mic would go live, you would hear it.
It's like,
Yeah, it was fucking
Hey,
crazy.
so when are we unbanning him?
shit, true.
Yeah, that's a perma I'm completely fine with
I
personally.
mean,
but-
what's really
Also, I don't
wrong
know
with
how you
that
don't have,
though?
like backdoor admin privileges.
Dog, you have no idea how many fucking.
I suppose you'd like a tale for your friends of the
okay.
time
Just,
you
dude, just like give yourself
and
it.
it spoke back.
I'm sure this retard's given you like fucking logins to everything already.
You made a grave error in judgment.
What's really wrong with
I
stroking
think
your
like
shit?
one time when I was like 23, I did have, I got admin privileges for the TeamSpeak. I was being a little twat, and I'll just move people around until they took it away.
We still have the old debates on YouTube.
I'm the leader.
Dude, that was like when we made Stanley a deputy and he did an AMA, and it was before we had the bot. So you would just like right click on the name and click mute, and so Stanley just started manually muting every non-question asking person. So the regs got like 800 pings of like, please unmute me, please unmute me, please unmute me, and like then I think he had reg privileges for like 4 hours.
Well, Spinboy,
was
whoever did that.
Fuck, Micro, who's the reg that immediately
Spinboy's not reg.
leaked reg logs?
No, he was.
Fuck.
Spinboy was
Me?
given regs for
It was you?
like 4 hours, and then he just ended up leaking whatever was happening in reg chat.
That was my big mistake. That was my big mistake of leaving the server and just like dipping and losing all my privileges was not logging the entire reg chat. Holy fuck, dude. The amount of shit in there. Oh.
There is a cave within which lies
Fred, have they ever cleaned it out, or is it still like fucking years and years old?
Place it in the henge in the
There's years and years.
Oh, Jesus.
It's kind of annoying that this
Man,
was
that's
kind of annoying that
Find
this
me
was
after you have
patched
done
in so that you could see hidden chats with better Discord.
Fred, if you search the N-word
Good
in
thing
reg
that's
chat,
gone.
how many results are there?
I don't understand.
Hard R.
So the moonlight
Wait,
mentioned in the journal doesn't refer to actual moonlight, but to a moonstone.
He's
What
not
do
gonna do
moonstones have to do with
29.
That's
29. 28 results.
I would
just in the
be
entire
willing to
server.
bet of the 29, I'd say 10 of them are me.
I don't know.
Yeah, but
I am
the most
inclined
recent
to
one is
believe
2019.
what with his being a centaur and all.
Oh.
I am too. It is a shame.
Like
how
from the
quickly he
whole
left.
like server history.
What was his name?
Yeah, I'm guessing like a bot was
That's
implemented.
you gotta-
long after or something.
Well,
You know what? What about Zimmer's
You gotta
getting
remember
the
there's
news
a drama that exposed
Yeah, no.
like Bad Bunny. Like she got exposed with a whole bunch of racial slurs, so everybody started going in everybody's chat in Discords and start like /effing slurs, and then like snitching on everybody. Like Hassan got caught with like hundreds of slurs, and then DGG they try to say it, but then it's like it's all because of the bot auto bans them, so it's like they're not like true slurs or whatever.
Yo,
You know-
Fred,
What they were looking for with Bad Bunny was because she was saying them. like,
Right, no, but it's like there was also Hassan with like
Yeah.
his G word or whatever the fuck that shit
Yeah.
is, and all these
They're
other
like-
ones. that
I
people like,
remember
"You word."
I did that on my Twitter that I've had for fucking so fucking long, and there's some old tweets and I was like, ooh, I gotta delete that shit.
Bad Bunny used
Oh,
to ask
God.
me for dick pics.
Yeah. Did you
no,
do
I'm
it?
I'm not even joking. Yeah, of course.
Oh, nice.
So I did a
way back in the day.
Did she?
I did a search from General My Dude,
did.
and this is before the bot used to censor out the word. It said N-words are too black, debate me.
What the fuck?
What? Wait, what?
Yeah.
Wait,
So
what?
the bot doesn't censor it when you go back on 3/7/2022, so it just shows the full quote from HAJRI.
I think the bot might have like blocked a couple from me as well, if I'm not sure.
Dude,
So
my
now
biggest mistake
the
on
bot
Discord-
blocks people. Or
My
blocks
biggest
the
mistake
word.
on Discord was not finding a way for Hodger to give me a bunch of money.
One of my favorite regs ever that I saw was I think it was Kobe did it. The actual like what the ban. It was a ban for like a pornographic image, but he included the link to the pornographic image in the ban reason. So every single time he rap sheeted, he brought up a link to like weird Mario porn.
Dude, I remember when I discovered how much money the oil DGG users were giving like random fucking
Oilers?
people. No, literally, it was Hodgery, and then like who's the one that's like the trans one that's like fucking Saddam Hussein's nephew or some shit. Like,
Fucking hell. No, that's James. You are a
Kira.
That's
Kira, yeah, oh sorry, niece.
And it's not Miss
yeah,
Jane,
like
so-
Kira and like Hodgery. I'm pretty sure collectively between the two of them have given like tens of thousands of dollars to like
It
random
was
weird people.
It was
The Gears
funny.
bought me so many
I went to
games.
go play
I
a
was,
game with Padre. I went to play a game with Padre or some shit, and like I invited him, and he didn't show up or something. The next day, he's like, "Hey, I heard you talking about this game. I'm sorry I didn't show up," and he gifted me a game on Steam. I was like, dude, it's okay. It's fine.
Well, I remember one time,
He's a
I
good
had
guy,
my, I was playing my ukulele. This was like way long ago when you could do shit like this in DGG, like in the voice channels, and people didn't like freak the fuck out. But I sang
happy
one
with the
time.
only people like you now.
Yeah, I know. Well, I don't do it anymore because I was, yeah,
Good.
whatever. But
Fucking North.
Stanley goes, drop your PayPal. I'm like, what? And he fucking gave me $100. I was like, oh, thanks, dude.
Dude,
I got
made
$100 from
Stanley.
first
I
rate.
made Stanley a bunch of.
I got fucking
fucking
$600 from Toyota, motherfucker.
What happened to that?
I'm pretty sure I made.
I did 600 bucks from.
I think I made Stanley close
Me
to
and
$10,000
Octavian
this year.
split the debate tournament winnings.
I once lost Mike.
That
for
shit was funny as
$2,000.
fuck.
Yeah, just fucking boom.
I would I came in here a couple times giving insider trading tips, and like Stanley actually fucking pulled the trigger on him, and then he messages me and he's like, "Yo, I made like $9,000 in the past week." Like,
I
thanks.
made
What the fuck?
actually.
Wait,
Wait,
for what
okay.
company? Wait, what company?
No, you're
Wouldn't you
too
like
late
to know?
Too late to the party.
I know, but I'm just
Does
interested.
anyone remember Miso?
Yeah.
Yeah.
God,
yeah,
that was
me
fucking-
so.
Okay.
Jesus.
Do you remember?
It's probably just three.
It's not wrong. Yeah.
Can you cut your phone?
Back then, right?
So it's redundant.
No, I'm saying that if you play it, like some things are just made to be look a certain way.
Like,
Hello there. We are watching Lord of the Rings.
If it doesn't come soon, I think I'll drag it out myself.
He's asking what a Hyperborean is. I don't really have a super tight definition of what that is.
Do we have
but it's...
someone who has no definition?
Say what?
Okay, so it's
Do we have
it's just a
someone who has
word that someone made up. Okay.
It's no, it's
could, for example, be like frozen and preserved until we develop that technology.
I don't think they last that very long in storage.
They last for.
And he's like, "What do I do?" Because he's like, "Well,
I'll be alive and you'll be dead. So, just by the way, the whole bear thing, eating bear, if you're not careful, can actually fuck you up because they're infested with parasites and worms, and they can actually.
I'm only a human being like you. If I tell you to do something with regards to religion, then follow it. But if I tell you to do something based on my own opinion, I am only a human being. When he married Asha, was he telling you to do something based on religion, or was he merely being a human being?
That was an ordained godly marriage in Islam.
I don't think he ordered you to do anything with respect to religion. He didn't say you should marry 9-year-olds.
No. That's fair, right? He didn't say that you should marry 9-year-olds. But again, a problem
he didn't,
that
say it's bad.
No. It's not even that he didn't say it's bad. I don't have a complaint about a book not saying something about a certain issue, because there's plenty of things in the Bible that is like people, they don't talk about whether it's okay to, like, I don't know, kick a kitten, right, or to kick a donkey, I don't know, right? But I don't have a problem with books not mentioning like a myriad of rules that you should have about your life. The problem that I have is the way in which children are viewed. If you can marry a child, there's a view about children that is not in line with like my moral perception of children.
So real quick. The apologetics around Aisha are really fucking annoying, but it's also really fucking annoying when you guys try to bring this up as if this is a thing common in Islam, right? Like, first of all, it's not mentioned in the Quran at all. It's mentioned in the Hadiths, which were written like decades, probably like hundreds of years after Muhammad died. So it is about his life, first of all. Second of all, like, and so there's different
She wrote the
tellings of how
hadiths, by
old
the
he
way.
was. Okay, so like, why are you speaking over me, you fucking Lebo?
That's
Second of all,
scribbles.
I get it. I know you're not trying to fight the Aisha thing right now. But my second topic is it's not as the only thing that Quran mentions about like the marriage topic is talking about like how women can actually divorce, talking about the fact that divorce things are like not equal, but like women actually have somewhat at say in the divorce rates, like who gets what in divorces. And third of all, it's just weird. Like there's fucked up things in every fucking holy book. It's weird when you guys should bring this up.
They talk about consent.
I think it's important to note that these religions were all founded by medieval goat herds.
Jumping on the car with what?
So he was like,
nice.
that paved over, that like
Yeah, Chevalier.
Okay.
Chevalier.
Chevalier is actually it's a word that means it's from the French Victorian era, and it means someone of like noble status, you know, basically a gentleman. That's not important though. I wanted to talk to you, Hans, about possibly becoming a right room VC mod.
Yes, y'all just don't see me
Aw,
throw
all my hopes and dreams are gone now. Alright, why not?
What is your plan?
I received really?
An owl from Mrs. Bickle.
I mean, let me check real quick. I'll be right back.
I'm the guy that
suggested we could gather evidence from a friend named Manaki, but she wanted us to stay out of it.
He's going to check my mod logs.
Precisely. Hollow knows that we saved Archie.
No, he might be disappointed because you know I am transphobic, but
you don't want to see my fucking
Go
mod
figure. No
logs.
wonder you're going for the right route.
You don't want to see my mod logs.
Oh, really? Someone who's transphobic being in the right room. Wow, big shot. No.
What are you afraid of?
Wait, what?
That actually doesn't really fucking make sense because
no.
He might also
Right?
switch to his old.
Phobia.
Like,
Phobia is
okay,
so
it doesn't make sense in the sense that you are right leaning, but you're against trans rights.
No, it's not that I'm against trans rights. I think they should just have the same rights as everyone else, not be afforded any more rights than like any other citizen. You know.
Would you say the same for black people?
Fair.
Huh?
Would you say the same for black people?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so something we have a concept of is like the reason why we have protected classes is because it ensures a like homeowner
history,
from
right?
This person's voice. It ensures the inability of a homeowner to not allow the leasing of a property to a black person because they are black. Do you think that is wrong? Should people have that freedom to individually discriminate on the basis of like race?
I think it should be reported, and if it is found that they had the intent of discrimination, I think they should be arrested. You know.
And that's the thing that's really hard to prove.
No shit, but I'm making this as a point of example. Is
I think she should be arrested.
we consider black people to be a protected class, not only for the fact that they have been historically oppressed, but also the fact that we don't want people to be legally permitted to just say fuck you to black people wholesale, because we know that could happen a lot within America.
Well,
And so-
actually,
Don't you think that's kind of a restriction on freedom of speech, though?
Yes.
Do you mean
yes, it is a reasonable restriction on freedom.
when you say you don't want people to be able to say "f you" to black people, do you mean like for them to actually speak it, or?
Okay, one person speak at a time. Jesus Christ, I'm a mod here, so shut the fuck up.
Okay, 1 second.
Okay.
Hold on, Hans is back. What's up, Hans?
Oh wait, come to right room chat real quick.
Yeah, of course, man.
How would that happen? Like, are you saying that are you saying that if someone was to approach a black person and say "fuck you," that would the implication being that it's racially motivated?
No, it was a figure of speech to say that somebody could effectively say "fuck you" in the process of disallowing them from having access to a home, but because they are black. That's what it is.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It's really, really hard to prove whether they are black, whether they are transgender, whether they are women. You know, like you can make assertions, but if you haven't got any explicit evidence that's irrefutable, right? There's no basis for any argument to be made.
Yeah, so another better example is a black person being harassed on the basis of race at the workplace. So if we had a classification of harassment generally, then it would logically follow that if a black person who's working in a very conservative area, if they are being called the N-word repeatedly by their coworkers and even their boss, that they should have the luxury of being able to say, you should not be able to do this, not just because it's harassment, but because you're harassing me based on an inalienable characteristic of mine.
Yeah.
And that
I
is
agree.
Yeah. That is what we practically portray.
Yep, but when you legislate to that effect and then have some watered down policies, that's exactly what policy is in the workplace and in the private and public sector. It's watered down law for idiots who don't understand the law.
Killing Curse does nothing, bro. Like, when it comes to bosses, Killing Curse is just like that. They should have a moment where it's just like, something switches up. Like, they should switch up the story, and these guys should be like, oh, dude, what did you do? You used the Killing Curse or some shit like that. Not just, hey, his health goes down, and then continue with the story. They should switch the story up. Like, they spend so much time in, like, developing the story so it can fit on if you like evil or good. They should do with the whole fucking thing, bro.
QI plus spectrum, right? If you air those grievances, typically there's adverse effects for the complainant who brought it to the attention of the HR department. That's typically how it goes. So
I understand that this may not be. I understand that the legal avenue may not be the most common form, but without the legal avenue even being an option to be taken, it leads to perfect permissibility of individuals being able to do this if an entire company, hypothetically, were to condone the behavior of harassing black people based on their race. Then your only recourse would be the actual legal system. But it doesn't matter how rare it is that the legal system actually gets applied in this case. It matters that you have the opportunity to go to the legal system. Otherwise, if the legal system does not oppose this behavior, it is effectively condoning it.
Yeah.
So
but
it
that's
is
just
necessary.
how the world goes.
Well, it is
but
necessary. It is a necessity.
It's already instituted in law and in policy, right?
Yeah.
Here's the prohibited activities and behavior, let's say in a workplace, right? We do not condone this. We have a zero tolerance policy for this and this and this XYZ, right? So if there are any violations of workplace policy that, you know, incites discord or vilifies the workplace culture and community, then you can exercise your right to have a dispute resolution convened by HR. But my point is that it often, the person who's the complainant or the aggrieved usually doesn't come off well off, come out of that situation well off, usually backfires on them.
It shouldn't matter. That's not necessarily always the intention of the law, is to make it to where the complainant has a perfect time. We already have a great example of this within our justice system, to where it is not too uncommon for police to unfairly attempt to harass.
It is good to see you, my friend.
Hello. 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 Damn. That shit's low. Hello. Yo, my mic sucks. Hello. What if I turn it up? Turn it down? That does nothing. Whatever. Hey. I need a new mic.
Typically is that you identify or are a sexual or gender minority.
I'm glad to see you doing so well. Thank you. I am doing better than it appears.
Yeah,
I am
so
only
Yeah,
here
wrong.
because
It's
my mother
actually just a
insisted,
single gay
just
sex.
to be safe. I was relieved when she told me that you were all right.
I could see the argument for that. I would just disagree.
I always thought it was that if you have a sexual attraction towards something beyond the
Well,
majority
I've
norm,
had better days. But Nurse Blaney says that I am on the
or the
mend.
sexual norm, that it would be part of the LGBT.
It's my fault you got hurt. What?
So outside the scope of
Do not blame yourself
heteronormativity.
for this.
I don't know if it's explicitly that.
That's a lot.
It's not necessarily about that. It's the way that you identify with that. So you could have predilections towards finding some men very attractive, but it's not until you personally identify with that as I see myself as attracted to men, and so I'm going to consider myself effectively bisexual or gay. It is not necessarily the case that you are in the LGBTQ community. A great example is like gay men that are like very conservative and like they are like, oh, I hate the gays and I'm repulsed by the idea of being gay. They secretly harbor feelings of being gay. They would not be accurately described as being gay until the point at which they identify with such labels.
But identity aside, so does it just require attraction, or does it require action?
It requires identification with attraction.
Which would need to be publicly known, right? So you'd need to publicly declare that.
No, you could just publicly declare that you are something. So you could deceive people in being LGBTQ. That is possible, but the likelihood of that happening, because it is still a marginalized group, is not going to be. It's just not going to be common whatsoever. Like, I don't see anybody getting anything really out of saying I'm gay when they're not gay.
Yeah.
But the problem that I'm trying to figure out is that, so what if they have an attraction that they understand that they have, but they don't like that attraction? Because attractions are biological, right? They're not something you can adapt to or change or grow, like some people could grow out of them, but most of the time it's not something that's it's used as a natural. The argument I hear most of all is it's found in nature and it's biological and therefore it's not something you can change. And it's not a choice you made.
So immutable.
What?
Immutable.
Yes, unchangeable. So, would you say that somebody who has an attraction that they do not like, but they understand that they have this attraction, would be part of the LGBT?
So,
Because, for instance, I'll give you an analogical.
No, I'll give one to explain because I get where you're coming from. There are a lot of self-hating gays that may go to conversion camps to make themselves ungay or not gay, ungay yourself. But the fact that they identify that as a part of who they are, even if they do not like it, still designate them as gay.
So that would that designates them as part of the LGBT. Yes.
Yes. You don't have to like the fact that you're gay. You only have to recognize it as being a part of you.
Agreed.
Okay. I'm just trying to get clarification because I have very spicy takes on this exact definition and argument. And thank you for clarifying and validating my view. Thank you so much.
What is your view? What are you extrapolating from?
You really don't want to know. I like the people in this room, and I want to stay in this room.
No, you're gonna have to explain now because you've said that.
No, I don't. Because as long as it's not verbalized, I can be perfectly fine in whatever room I join.
So you're just gonna keep peace by not being honest with your true views?
But
no, I can keep my opinions to myself is what I'm trying to do. I'm just asking for clarification so I know that the opinions that I have are not based out of illogical fallacies and illogical nonsense. So that's why I'm trying to stay away from the topic, but at the same time make sure that my views and opinions are logical.
What are the questions?
This is where it gets problematic, though, because sorry, can I just say something?
Yeah.
This is where it gets problematic because if you asked him to share his viewpoints, and I imagine, so I'm going to presuppose your motivation here, Weed, is that you are unwilling to share those views and be honest because it is likely going to cause some kind of eruption, right? And discord, which is not what you're wanting, right?
Correct.
And then you may be dogpiled and people will grossly misconstrue what you say because you're just straight off the bat triggered and are unprepared to listen to anything you may have to say to try and negotiate for peace, because that, from my perspective, should be the aim.
Yep, that's exactly right. And that happens every single time I try to make the argument. And that's why I stayed away from the topic. And I tiptoed around everything because I know for a fact people are easily triggered in today's day and age. And they are that words are too much for them.
I think that that's a very fair thing. The point of this room in particular, just so you understand, is for people to be able to have real dialogue. We had a whole argument earlier about like good faith and bad faith. People are ultimately entitled to their opinions, and that's like period. But as long as we can discuss them and discuss the facts around them, that's what people, as long as it's a good faith discussion, that's what we care about in here. We're not like trigger happy, like whatever.
But that's not the only problem, is that in the past, when the topic's been brought up in this room specifically, people are like, oh, this topic's been debated and talked about, it's over with, we don't need to talk about it anymore. But I mean, if people already decided how they thought about it.
You might have caught people on a bad day. I don't know what to tell you.
I'm just saying I stay away from the topic because it's not worth thinking about. I just wanted to get a clarification from more knowledgeable people so that I know that my opinions and the logic that I have built is not based off.
No, that's good. Yeah, So what was
Yeah.
the
Oh,
question?
I want to hear it.
The question was, what constitutes somebody being in the LGBTQ?
Okay. Did you answer?
Yeah, I said it's a matter of identification with a subgroup that is either a gender or sexual minority. So the best,
Mm-hmm.
most rigorous example I could give is like somebody could be a self-hating gay and try to go to a conversion camp, but it is the fact that they recognized that they are gay and they wanted to change that that made them be within the group of LGBTQ, even if they wished to change that.
Mm-hmm.
And also a self-hating Republican could hate the fact that they have urges around having attraction to men,
Right.
but as long as they're not explicit with that to themselves, then that wouldn't constitute them being within the LGBTQ because they've not made it an explicit part of their identity.
Or haven't acted on it, yeah.
Well, that's why I clarified that. I asked if it requires action, and what if it just stays as an attraction? So you understand this is an attraction, you understand this is a problem, and to yourself or to the people around you, but
You understand this is a problem?
Believe
to
it to
you,
be a
If you're
problem.
someone who's closeted currently.
Oh,
closeted,
okay.
or depending on the community you're in, it's in other words, it could be a problem to you or the people around you. And
Wait,
so it's
wait, Alba, you said that that's LGBT?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Well, I
No.
don't.
See, I
Okay.
wouldn't. I would say that it has to. Somebody's LGBT. It has to be something that is part of their like social, like
see
they're a gay person.
that's the major disconnect I'm hearing from everybody, and people have difference of opinion on this exact topic for this exact reason, because it's
Yeah, I'm
like,
sure
oh
there is
well,
disconnect between it. Yeah.
it's like, well, are you or aren't you? Do you have to be vocal? Do you not have to be vocal? Do you have to uh
Well,
have do
vocal
you have
meaning like it's.
do you have to be open about it, or do you have to be closeted, or is
You
it okay
mean
to be
like
closeted?
at work or something? I don't, like if you're dating the same sex publicly, then you're LGBT or something.
Great.
If you're closeted and you've never acted on your desires or something like that, and you're a lesbian, then no, I wouldn't say that you're LGBT.
Yeah,
But
See,
if
that's the point
you,
I'm making.
yeah,
because there's people who
Then
don't act on their desire. There's people who don't act on their desires but still identify as part of the LGBT. And I've heard other people say, "Oh yeah, they totally are." I'm like, well, that's the exact distinction I'm trying to figure out. Is like, if you do not act on your desires but understand that you have them, are you part of the LGBT?
I
And for
think
the
if you don't act on your desires, but it is publicly part of your identity, or it's
well, again,
publicly something that you share.
not even publicly. I'm saying
No, I know. I'm saying if it solely exists in your mind and it never exists in your behavior in any way, whether it's telling people or actually like engaging in it, then no, I think it just your sexuality or your gender expression or whatever the hell the thing is exists kind of in hypothetical, like it's not real because it just is in your head. But if
okay.
there's anything, so like I think it either takes like you taking action on it in terms of, you know, engaging with it like in behavior, or at least being open about it. Like I know plenty of women who are like, I'm attracted to women. So like they're like, you know, I would probably consider myself bi, like I've kissed my friends or whatever, but like I've never dated a girl. That would still be like someone who's bi, and the action that they took to express that would be that they're sharing, like they're publicly saying like my sexual and
So is a
romantic attraction also exists. But, you know what I
but
mean?
would you say a public declaration of attraction would qualify as
Yes.
being part,
but then
even if you've never act on the attraction itself?
Yeah,
Yes,
because we
because
have
I
to
think
keep in mind that, sorry to interrupt, but like the concept of the LGBTQ is actually it is defined as LGBTQ community. So it is definitionally going to be within the confines of a social group necessarily.
But
It exists solely within society as a whole.
Great. No, of course, that's what I'm asking about specifically, because there is like people who have attractions to Ferris wheels. Like it is a thing in Florida. People have attractions to Ferris wheels. They have sexual attractions to Ferris wheels.
Yeah,
they've never fucked a Ferris wheel, but they have attractions and they are quite open about it.
Is there something you want to tell us, buddy?
This is where attraction gets muddied up with
the way I don't know. I just
this
came
is where
in.
gender attraction gets muddied. This is where gender attraction gets muddied up with like fetishes. Like we're not talking about that.
No,
so
it's
here's
not.
a comparative. Here's an example for the purposes of comparative analysis. If we're talking about the immutability of a particular trait or characteristic, so we'll use ethnicity as an example. There are people who will, and I imagine this is true the world over, but will level accusations at their ethnic counterparts that they are less, insert ethnic group here, right? Because they don't subscribe to the cultural worldview.
Fix your mic or I'm going to mute you.
Right? So it's basically the functional equivalent saying, well, because you have not, you don't buy into our cultural worldview, that makes you less Indigenous New Zealander, or you don't speak the native language, so therefore you're less blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
So if you don't subscribe to a particular way of being, right, and do so public, like public demonstration of that in whatever way that takes form, then you are not a member of said group.
Okay.
And I don't agree with that.
So if you have an attraction to children, are you a pedophile?
But now that we're here, I'm
Yeah.
not entirely sure.
Even if you don't act on it?
Even if you don't act on it?
Well,
even if you don't act on it?
Yes.
So
somebody who acts upon it is a sexual abuser of minors, or a child molester of some kind. But
I believe
there are
that.
there are some people who are sexually attracted to minors who do not act upon it, who can be defined
Including
as pedophiles.
including all politicians. Every politician is attracted to minors.
Oh wow. So you have the two subcategories that fall under the acronym MAPS for which is minor attracted persons, but then it's a bit more nuanced than that because you have three categories. So infantophiles, pedophiles, and hebophiles.
And the only people who make that
Additionally, sorry, most of, and this is why I think, so I'm not someone who like usually identifies strongly with the concept of LGBT. Genuinely, like I don't lead like a very LGBT life, and I'm not being like.
Yeah, you conservative.
I'm not a conservative, but I'm.
I know, I'm fucking with you.
No,
Sorry.
I know, but like when I say that, I feel like that sometimes people are like, I get called like Blair White on here sometimes, which is a joke, but
you can understand
the reality. Sorry, let me just finish. The reality is, these are those moments where being part of the community actually is important because the community itself completely rejects the concept of pedophilia. I'm not going to call it minor. I'm not even going to give it that respect. As some type of legitimate sexuality, in the same way that like being attracted to the opposite or the same gender as you is the same is a sexuality. No, it's not a sexuality. It's a paraphilia. It is something more akin to a fetish, like somebody before saying somebody's sexually attracted to kites. It's something that exists outside of like the understandable
normative.
Yeah, normative. The issue with normative, though, I mean, I know what you mean, obviously, but like normative obviously has like a connotation of like the majority, and obviously LGBT isn't the majority anyway, but like what we understand as being moral.
Doesn't prioritize
Okay, but
consent.
But
There's
no,
no
but why would
victimization involved
y-
in regular sexualities, and there is when it comes to that. So
but why would
that's
that
why it's
matter?
problematic to assume.
It like
Excuse me?
I
unless you
mean,
think that sexuality, like what you're attracted to, is like a choice. Like what if somebody just can't help that they just
Well,
are
no.
attracted to.
Sorry, you missed what
trust
I
me,
said.
I
Oh,
I
okay,
didn't
tried.
say
okay,
that it has anything to do with choice or anything like that. I'm saying
okay.
it's not the same thing to call it a sexuality. It's not. It's a paraphilia. If somebody gets off on raping people, that's not the same thing as being
Oh, yeah,
attracted
that's
to a woman
paraphilia.
as being attracted to a woman as a man. If you're
I'm
attracted
just
to
gonna.
if you're a man and you're attracted to a woman, you're heterosexual. You're straight. That's your sexuality. Being
So
attracted to raping someone is not the same thing. Do you
What
know what I
if
there's a
it's
mean?
better way
yeah,
of putting
I
it,
get that,
which is that,
but
sorry, like paraphilia and sexuality. That I think that the best way of understanding the big differences. Uh, so you know how you have a fear and a phobia, and the two are not the same, right? A fear is something that you don't choose to have, but you naturally have, uh, and it can be understandable. For example, being afraid of airplanes when you've seen, way too much air crashes on YouTube. Now, a phobia is an irrational fear. So, a paraphilia, is an irrational attraction. It's also something that you don't choose and you can't control, certainly, but it's not a sexuality, as in it's not something that isn't part of your natural being, but something that was ingrained probably through trauma into your brain.
I'm not
So
really
it's a
sure this
more
is a good.
irrational. So for example, pedophilia, being a pedo towards men or women, being man or woman, doesn't make you gay or straight. It's the paraphilia is towards the kid. Doesn't matter what gender they are, and that is irrational. That is irrational. That is why it's that way. It's an irrational attraction, and the
yeah.
actions that you take to do it are also irrational on themselves.
I don't think.
So I'm saying,
I don't think like the degree to which you can control it is a meaningful, like, uh, distinction.
It
'Cause
isn't.
I
I
don't.
just said that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think it is either.
so I'm saying, like, what if
Yeah,
it's
I
like,
don't
I think
think it is
anyone
either.
can control who they like
yeah, what
and
if it's
attracted
just
to.
like a attraction to a certain type of body? It's not like that they're
or to a
prepubescent, but
certain
it's
anime
just
character.
yeah, right.
That's more preference.
Yeah,
But
paraphilia is
sexuality is specifically what your identity is when it comes like relevant to what gender you're typically going to be
what
sexually and
identity.
romantically attracted to. Gender, not age, not body type, not ethnicity. None of these things
What
are
if I'm only attracted to a
sexuality.
certain race? Am I racist?
Wait, did you hear what I said?
Yes,
You weren't
apparently.
listening. You wait. I didn't say that.
No,
No, no, no.
You all
Boudica,
you caught was that
Boudica
last part. I was
definitely
giving
does not say
examples.
that.
Your sexuality is your attraction to a particular sex or gender, whatever. Where you're oriented in terms of romantically and sexually attracted to when it comes to sex and gender, not about age, not about these other things. So for somebody to pretend that pedophilia or being, I'm not even going to say map. I don't respect that term. It's not real. It's not,
Yeah.
and it's nothing to do with LGBT. That is not. It's not the same thing. Do you understand? Like paraphilia and sexuality are very separate.
Yeah,
But
like for
I'm
example,
not seeing the difference
these
because
people who have these people who have this irrational attraction to, for example, cars, and have like try to have like sex with the cars. It's not that their sexuality is, oh, I just like cars. It's not a sexuality. That's the point. The point is, pedophilia is
what
not a
makes them
sexuality.
It's sexual
irrational?
deviancy.
Like what makes that sexual deviancy? Just because it's not
So
the norm?
that's a moralistic analysis that I would not
Exactly.
like.
That's what I'm saying.
Well,
Like
yeah,
what makes it
deviancy just
deviant?
meaning
It's it's not
abnormal. It's not part of the majority. It's not
Right, and the
normative.
majority is like
no, but
heterosexual,
it's not
so
that it's not
wouldn't
normative.
Wait, hold on,
homosexuality
Salvador. Can you hold on 1 second? No, I know that's what we're saying. Like the fact of the matter is that there's a behavior this is where paraphilia comes into play, that people normatively engage in. Paraphilia is usually something that operates outside of what the expected sexual and romantic behavior or interactions would be. So if you are into BDSM, that's a paraphilia, that's a fetish, something along those lines. If you're into having sex with your car engine, Salvador.
They're breaking TOS in the side text. Can you?
Okay, you don't interrupt VC for that. What do you mean?
Sorry, I'm on my phone.
I am on my phone too. I'm only on my phone ever.
What did they say that was breaking TOS? Just so I'm aware for the future.
Oh, it's already all drag queens are P words. I agree. We should remove furries from society. That's like
Salvador. We had a conversation about this. Please.
Thanks.
Go back to what you were saying, please.
Where were we?
Nobody was saying that though.
Go back to what you were saying, please.
Can I ask for clarification really quickly? That's okay.
Oh, hey, Doobie. Yeah.
Because I think, like my perspective, I think it's just going to be that if something is labeled like a paraphilia versus a type of like sexual orientation, it's typically just because society has decided that that type of sexual attraction is bad, like or like unproductive or just like harmful to society. So in that way, it is kind of like I guess related to like heterosexuality or homosexuality or whatever else.
Yeah.
But they're just going to be reasons that there's like it's a bad thing. It's a bad type of attraction that we should discourage.
I think that's a fair way to describe it.
Hi, Doobie. Doobie.
Yeah.
Why don't you like me anymore? It's me, Marsula.
Please don't.
Come
We're
on.
having a discussion.
Someone mute Marsula, please.
You never
answered
my question. Him, but it's fine. But Marsula be cool.
So basically, it's just like a moral thing. It's not really like it's just whatever, right?
It's really predicated on the calculus of harm, right? So which used to be physical and sexual, now it's become also emotional and psychological. So the calculus of harm is used by law enforcement to make a determination,
I like that.
And whether or not something is an offence punishable by law, right? And obviously this is set in accordance with the strictures of legislation. But in order to be able to bring someone to justice for some, if in the context of sexuality or sexual deviancy, which is now called paraphilia, that is exactly what it's predicated on.
Okay,
So,
you
like,
make that.
If you take age of consent laws as an example, which aren't universally harmonised, they're set where they're set by law, so that you can mitigate the risk of harm to children, especially because they're in that developmental stage, so psychologically, emotionally, physically, and sexually, and they're in place to prevent them from being exploited by sexual predators. Like, that's the whole purpose of those age of consent laws existing. The whole idea, though, that they're not harmonised. So in Australia, as an example, 2 of the 7 states, the age of consent law is it's either 16 and the other 5 are 18, or the other way around. And so then it begs the question, well, what really is the difference? We can't say, well, this group of people over here in this country, well, the consequences are different for them over there compared to these people in another country on the other side of the planet. Like, that's got nothing to do with it. It should be harmonized right across the world. There should be no cultural considerations taken into account either. Like, 11 countries in the world have no age of consent laws. So then what is the safeguard mechanism in place to protect the interests of these vulnerable people, which in this context, obviously, children?
See, the difficulty here is that when it comes to this area of study that we are talking about, someone's hot miking, by the way. I mean, even Jordan Peterson himself will say, no worries. Even Jordan Peterson himself will say that any I remember him saying this specifically, like verbatim almost. Any psychologist worth their salt will admit that diagnosis of disorders and the entire concept of having a condition
Oh
psychologically
yeah.
will be influenced by what the culture is. So when we talk about like pedophilia, hebephilia, whatever the other ones were that you said, what the age of consent is, what an adult is, blah, 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 blah. I don't think that there's any way to completely unwrap that from cultural understandings of life and development and gender and reproduction and all of these other things. I don't know if we'll ever get there, especially like if it comes from the West at this point,
It
because
would
people will.
it would require like a unanimous picture of well-being across the whole world. Because when you label anything as pathological, what you're doing is you're saying that this state is better or worse than this state. Those are all normative. You can't have a universal normative standard across the world.
Right.
So it is
And
very difficult.
Yeah. But then you have to agree. You would think people would take into consideration morality. Some people
the kid thing really does.
It's a problem.
Yeah, the kid thing does boggle the mind when you think about how obvious something like that should be. But it's even on something that should stare everyone in the face and be the most obvious thing in the world is still controversial depending on where your feet are on Earth. It's very funny.
Right, but it's the same thing with like homosexuality. You can say that it seems like it should be obvious that no one should be homosexual because, you know, we have a penis and a vagina. That's what we're made to do, is reproduce. So like it's
that's interesting.
yeah. I misspoke, but yeah, you know what I meant.
When people say that corny shit, but keep going.
Yeah. So it's just like it's like I'm trying to parse out what's the difference between and it seems like it's just like a moral thing of having a sexual attraction to a younger body, a moral thing. Like it's just like people don't like it, so it shouldn't happen.
So if you have sex with someone of the opposite gender or sex, whatever, but you never have children, why don't people shame them the same way that they do people who have sex with the same sex or gender?
Not necessarily shame, but
why isn't it?
It's valued. It's valued like it's recognized as a less desirable state of affairs. Like because
why?
like
So
because
why
like
do our
because
why
we
do
might
our religions
because we
have,
might hold on.
Why do our
because,
religions always have people who don't have children?
Because we might sympathize with a couple who tried to conceive and could not. We recognize.
No, I'm not talking about them.
No. I know. What I'm saying is because it's natural for all of us to sympathize with a couple who tried to conceive and ultimately could not. Is a sort of admission that the childless couple is in a state that's less desirable than the couple with 5 kids.
Oh, I don't think so at all. When we feel bad for them, we're feeling bad for the fact that they wanted something that they couldn't have, because that's what would bring them the most joy. We don't feel bad for a couple that has a kid that didn't want one. Like, I mean, we would feel bad for a couple that had a kid that didn't want one.
I actually think like if there's a couple, I happen to know a couple that I love them to death, and they are bound and determined to never have children, and are very into like their single life. And if something were to happen and she became pregnant, I would be ecstatic, even though they'd probably be devastated, because I'd be like, yes,
that's so weird.
Awesome.
Wait, but do you understand how weird that is? That's not what they want.
I know, but they'll like it. Give it 8 months.
That is the weirdest. That's probably the weirdest thing you've ever said to me on here. That's creepy.
It's like,
on God,
get over it. Yeah, you're not gonna sleep very much, but then you have a beautiful child. And
no, they don't.
And then
they're not. That child.
You might rip
they'll
your
love
asshole
it.
to your, but like,
Are
that's
you
fine.
for real? Wait, I have been blessed with good parents as I've watched marriage upon marriage fall apart, and people get more fucked up than than I could even understand as I've gotten older. The stories that I've heard about people that Iram, you know better than to say what you're saying, especially as someone who is a father.
I think it's just like I think the real answer is just a lot of people just like seeing babies.
Having a child biologically doesn't mean that anyway, I
People I know, this couple I know would be
completely
awesome.
disagree with what you're saying.
They would be awesome parents, by the way. They would be like the best.
I think it's just a lot of people just like seeing babies, so they'll be happy that you having a baby because they like
Honestly,
seeing babies.
yeah, I think that's pretty much it.
I mean, yeah. Wait, people say eighth grade shit. Yes, obviously, but that means you're completely not acknowledging that this is not what those two human beings want. In the
No,
same way
I
that
wouldn't.
if
I
a
wouldn't be
couple
happy
wants
for
to
them.
have a
Yeah.
child, and like people who are single and don't want to have children, when a couple is trying to conceive and they can't, they're not happy about that. But on the other side, if a couple does accidentally get pregnant, Hiram's happy. Like, do you understand the point here? Like,
Yeah.
people who have children are happy when it's not what people want to happen, because it's what they want, because it's what they have. But when people don't have kids, they're not doing the same thing. That's weird.
Are you are a Catholic, right? Budigal?
I said yes.
Oh, I didn't hear you. Okay, sorry. So, I mean, how
I come
Catholic
from a
are you
very,
when it
very
comes?
large family. I'm not saying, but I respect people's choice.
Okay, so he said booty call because that's a trans man. Whatever. People are happy when they don't see kids. I mean, when people that don't want kids have kids, but they get upset. When people have kids, or when gay people that don't have kids, they get upset because they say they can't have kids. Gay people can't have kids. People get mad at gay people for not having kids. They're happy when people don't have kids. People don't want kids. I don't know. It's just how people act, I guess.
Like manners issues. You should have been raised better. Anyway, every time he's in this room. Where was I?
It's an 8th grade understanding.
Divinity and its relationship to childlessness.
It's a very simplified understanding to say, just because we have these things between our legs, like literally, it's like kindergarten. Like this goes in this, therefore that's why we're here. That, I mean, if we are in 2023 and people are saying that like fucking cavemen, when cavemen were even drawing on the walls and trying to understand like the world around them, and that's how we got to where we are. Even there are so many other things that people are brought to this earth for. Of course, it's a beautiful, as I've said before, I come from a massive family. I'm Italian and Irish, like don't even get me started. And I would love to be a mother one day. But the reality is, I don't think that defines someone's like worth in life. It doesn't take, it's
Well,
at
I
the
didn't
heart.
go that far. I didn't go that far.
But that's how far people go.
But I wouldn't
Budigal,
say
on the reproduction question, like, do you think that a couple married but are using birth control is sinful?
According to the church, yeah. But personally, I would understand why they wouldn't.
Okay.
I think
I mean,
it's trying to.
That seems like a dodge. But...
all right, hold up. I wouldn't say it's an eighth. I wouldn't say it's an 8th grade understanding to say, hey, people got penis, people got vagina. That's what we get put on this earth for. I would think no, but I would say it's a. I would say it's an 8th grade understanding to say that everyone has a point to be born on this earth. It's more of a intellectual understanding to say that everything on this earth has babies. Like to just have some fantasy world where everybody has a reason to be on this earth. That's something different. Just to say we none of us are special. We all just have
no,
kids.
I totally disagree.
Okay.
Yeah, I disagree with that too.
Yeah, that's fine. I just don't think humans are that special.
I disagree.
Humans in general? What does that mean?
Humans,
this
period.
is what I think is the fine balancing act. Balancing the right of individual adults to have the liberty to make their own decisions about the course of their life, right? Which I totally support. I do support that. Against what is our purpose for being here? Because my personal opinion is that I genuinely believe our purpose for existing is to procreate. That's our primary function, right? And how dare I say it, without any other kind of intervention, the only way that that can occur naturally is through heterosexual copulation. And I'm not saying that to offend
Of course.
anybody. I'm saying
It's not
that because that's
offensive.
the truth.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah, that is.
But you know what I mean,
It's not
right?
offensive to state
Well, yeah.
scientific facts.
Yeah, I mean physically, of course.
Sometimes it is.
But I think
No.
No, it's not. It's stupid. But I guess the premise is what we disagree on. That, like, I mean, again, do I think that like raising the next generation and creating life is one of like the most sacred and special things of being a human being, especially with our complex understanding of the world? Absolutely. But I don't think that that is our primary purpose. And that's the problem. That's what I said before, that if you don't, because if that's our primary purpose and you don't do it, then you're not fulfilling your purpose. You don't have value. And that's why Iram's response to me was, I wouldn't go that far. But that is what people are saying when they feel that is our primary purpose and that is what we're supposed to be doing because we can do it. That means that if you don't do it, you're not fulfilling your primary purpose. And for everyone in here in 2023 to see how easy it is for somebody to have a child and to fuck up that, like, everything else after that, besides actually putting the penis in the vagina, whether it's the mother or the father or both, like, I think is wildly, like, willfully obtuse. On a philosophical level, I understand it. In reality, I don't. And in reality is, I think, where we need to have these discussions because we're talking about people's lives.
Yeah. I'm not saying that if someone is legitimately incapable, so like they're sterile as an example, incapable of procreating, that makes them less than, or people who choose to forego opportunity if they happen to have it. Naturally, I mean heterosexual copulation. If they choose to forego that means that they're less than either. What I'm saying is that I think, like, you know, not that this would ever happen. Who knows? It could happen. I highly doubt it, though. But if everyone on the planet were to just stop having babies and we pretended like there was no other way to bring them about other than through natural means, we wouldn't be here, right? We would go extinct. So
I would never, like, if that were the case, then I would be having a completely different position. But luckily, like, people are having babies all the time. I don't think that everyone should, but I'm just saying that when people don't, I don't think that it makes them any less. And that's not their primary purpose. That's my point.
Without making a judgment on them as individuals as being like less than, would you recognize just the state of affairs as being poorer with fewer kids than with more kids? Because
wait, a person or like the world?
No. Well, the world, but like, it's not that the couple, you know, is guilty of some failure if they try to conceive and they can't or whatever. But that state is less desirable than the state of having a multitude of kids.
No, I don't.
Should not be having kids.
I don't see
Hold
that.
on, wait.
Yes, of course, some people shouldn't have kids. That's not what I'm saying. But just like
if
on
they
average,
if they do want them and they can't have them, then yes, because that is not desirable. If they don't want them and they don't have them, then that is more desirable for them. I wouldn't judge them based on what I would want.
Okay, so
yeah, I'm not. I'm the same. I wouldn't be judging anybody based on their decisions because I do believe in freedom, right? The freedom of choice.
And if that were to become the sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. But yeah, I'm to my claim that it is our primary function and purpose for being here, because I think on top of that, everything else just serves to enhance or accentuate our existence for however long that is on the planet.
Did anyone here, like, on the
That's
fence
what I
about
was
having
about to say.
kids?
I'm
no,
never
I've
gonna
done
have
kids.
kids.
I have a kid, so
I've done my
Yeah,
part for the world.
I'm on the fence. I don't
You're
know
on the
if I want
fence?
kids. Yeah.
Dude, it is the fucking best.
it is pretty
It
fun.
fucking rules.
Well, there you go. I guess that's all I need.
I
Yeah,
really,
produce all the
really
babies.
have as many as you can. It's the best.
But I would
I
say
hope you
that
do. I hope you have a whole litter.
I would say our primary purpose
I'm being
is.
serious. I don't think people are having enough kids.
Yes, true.
Yeah.
Our
If I had a
primary
uterus,
purpose
don't even get me
Cheers.
started.
is
I'm
to
being
I
have
just
serious.
I like
I'm not
the
children.
really not
litter. The
joking.
litter comment was funny to me.
It is to reproduce. That is our primary function. Okay. All this stuff, like everything else, is just like what we do as humans because we have like the capability to.
See, do you see how different, like, you said that from the way that Bad Mom said that? Like, you're saying it factually. She's saying that that's how she sees the world. Those are different things. And when people say it like you, then people who are trying to have children and can't, that's how you ruin some, like, that's why they feel the way that they do. Do you
Because I don't care.
understand?
Yeah, I understand how it sounds, but that
So
is
then make
our
it sound
primary.
better.
That is our primary function is to have kids. That's every organism's primary function is to reproduce.
Could I
Okay,
put
well,
it another way?
I hope whatever
Can I?
child that you have is able to have children,
Could I put it
and they're
No,
not raised by a
no,
father
I'm
who
not
thinks
saying
that.
I'm not
No,
saying
no,
that
I think
people.
I hope that your child is able to
Uh-huh.
have children after being raised by a father who says that. That's all I'm
I'm,
saying.
I'm
Could I
saying
could I
that.
could I retain
Hold on,
the? Could I
hold on. Let
preserve
me finish.
the?
Let me finish. I'm
Okay.
I'm not saying that anyone else is less than. I'm just stating like
We
I'm
already went
saying
through
that
this. We already went through
yeah,
this.
okay, but I'm saying like as organisms, as a species, as an animal, that's our primary purpose is to have kids. That's it.
So humans are animals.
Yes,
You
but
know
it's
what?
Yes,
Could
we
I
are
preserve?
literally
Hold
animals.
on, hold on. Could I
it's
could I try to
part.
preserve the? Could I try to preserve the spirit of what he's saying without the the
Yeah,
harsh
maybe you can
judgment of
say
my
it in a
species?
nicer
I
way.
know what the spirit is.
Okay.
That's literally what I'm arguing against is this very callous, very, as I said before, eighth grade, or now it's like kindergarten. Like I also said, like we're down to kindergarten now. Kindergarten understanding of the way that the world works. As humans, as animals, we're meant to reproduce. Unfortunately for him, even on a biblical level, humans are not animals alone. We have spirits, we have souls, we have conscience, we have all of these other things. We are much, much larger than that. And again, to completely ignore, I mean, on a like genuine level, like as adults here, for people to like make these claims philosophically, ignoring everything else of the value that a human life can bring to the world, I feel like is beyond ignorant. Like, especially on a religious level, Jesus himself didn't have children. Like,
I'm
we
not.
have to like keep it a buck fully if we're going to. And
Yeah. What I
as I
was.
said, I am all about having babies, but it I don't think that it does anything by saying that this is a central and core part of our biology, therefore it is our primary purpose.
I would
And
say that. Oh, go ahead.
we can disagree on that, but like I think what that does is create more problems than anything else.
What
I
would
would
be
say
our
that,
primary
Can I
the
ask a
purpose?
question?
the whole idea is to advance humanity, right? To keep the whole human thing going. Having kids is a great way to do that. There's also
Proliferate.
other great ways to keep the whole human show dancing.
Yes.
Can I ask
Yeah.
a question, Medical? So,
Sorry.
if from your perspective, if our primary purpose or function is not to procreate, what do you assert
That's
that
what I
it
was about
is?
to ask.
I don't know. I think that it's more mysterious. That's my point. Is
Mm.
I don't claim to know what the purpose of life is as human
Yeah.
beings. I think that having children and all of these things, passing on everything, preserving, fostering, growing the next generation, passing on life, all of that beauty is such an important part, especially because I was raised by a mother whose identity is really wrapped up in motherhood.
Mm.
I feel like there's and a father who had the same, but like point being is like
It's not
that's a
for everyone, and
very
that should be okay.
what did you say?
it's not for everyone, and that should be okay.
Yeah, that's the problem that I have is the primary purpose, that is what we're supposed to do because we're animals. That attitude, as I said, I don't think that it serves people because I don't think that it's honest. I think that everyone here would be able to see whether or not they wished. I've seen couples that I'm like, I wish you had babies. Why are you guys not having babies? Like, you would have the most amazing children. You'd be the most amazing parents, but they don't want
They
to.
would have the
But in
perfect
my,
Aryan children.
what'd you say?
They would have the most perfect Aryan child. I'm sorry.
No,
That is what she
wait,
said.
no.
Yes.
I'm not like that. No, but and actually, the couple that in my head aren't like that either. But my point was more about like, there's a difference between like having that urge and that desire and that image and those values and saying that they're not fulfilling their primary purpose biologically by not doing that, because I understand that human life is so much more complex. They're both doctors. One of them has like made a breakthrough, I don't know, something about diabetes, something. I don't remember. I'm not good at science, but
You see, the night I freed Highwing was
it was something. No, it wasn't involving the glands. It was about diabetes and its relation to the liver or something. I don't know. I can look it up or I can text them. But do you understand what I mean? Like, I don't.
I think you're
There
just
isn't a
speak.
core.
Sorry.
What?
Are you speaking more on the spiritual level? Because I understand what you're saying. Like, humans have value, humans create, they build, they have more thoughts and feelings and stuff like that. They're not just their sexual characteristics. They're not just here to fucking reproduce and shit like that. Is that what you're saying? Like, more spiritual.
Basically, I mean, think about all the people that we know who have babies accidentally and are terrible parents, or the stories that we've heard of these things, and then the good people that we know who can't reproduce. I don't think that assigning a primary purpose to that thing does anything for anyone, because those like bums, and I mean bums, like those the terrible mothers and fathers out there who are just able to lay with each other and fuck and have a baby come out of it. They didn't right, but they didn't but like they didn't fulfill a purpose that the good people who can't do it didn't meet. Do you understand? So when we say that that's the primary purpose of people, we're creating that. You can't say, if that's the primary purpose, some people fail. And I think that assigning some type of, there's a morality in there. I don't know. That's just it doesn't feel right.
That's what I mean.
Sorry.
Like, I consider it to be the primary function, not the exclusive function.
Right. Same.
So if I was to make a conservative take, right, which I will, because this is genuinely what I believe. So if we're going to take the act of sex, which is a mechanical act, right? And my perspective on it is 3D, so three-dimensional. Primary function is reproduction. The secondary function is the pursuit of pleasure, predicated on Lacan's theory of desire, because in order to fulfill your pleasurable pursuits, you have to have desire, right? So that's the secondary function of sex to me. The third dimension I conceive of as an adhesive, so like a sticker, right? So you can put that sticker down, leave it on if you want, or take it off, or you can just not even bother applying it at all. And that sticker would be the equivalent of the intimacy and connectedness that you have with the person that you are in love with.
Strengthening the union, right?
Yeah. Since there is a difference or distinctions between platonic love, familial love, and romantic love. So that intimacy and connectedness transforms a mechanical act into something meaningful, right? So that all combined,
Very interesting way.
if you conflate the three, right, increases likelihood of longevity. If your goal is to have a traditional union, heterosexual union that results in the production of children, since that tracks logically with the goal to reproduce, right? And
Raya, are you trans or are you just British?
If you collect the moonstone, I can make a quick drawing
I'm actually
of the symbol for Doran.
Just ignore him.
From yeah.
Him?
So what was I saying? So because I believe in the nuclear family and the institution of marriage, because I think it increases the prospects of a optimally functional, not the best or the only, but optimally functional society, which I think is fundamentally what we all should be aiming at, right? So I see happening, again, this is my opinion, is that
at least that's
What the fuck was the point of me doing that? Putting it in there, talking to her, getting out of there, and talking to her again. What the fuck?
connectedness, and then some are even foregoing the primary function of reproduction. The only dimension that one has to contend with who use sex and what it means is the dimension of pleasure, which is why I think a lot of why hookup culture and the dating, scene, market, whatever, is what it is today, where it's just
I think
a whole lot of sexual liaisons.
I think we should cancel you.
Okay, it's not like it hasn't happened already today.
I don't know who said that, but they're probably joking. That is
I'm totally joking. Someone told me to
who
go
even
to.
are you?
We don't know who you are.
I'm the LARPist. I like
okay, well, you can now be quiet.
Yeah. Bad
Just
moms.
because
I
I
also.
said it doesn't mean that I'm like no one else. Like this is just for us over here, and no one else's sexual orientation or gender identity has any validity. I'm not saying
of
that
course.
that's the case. Yeah.
No, I understand. I think the By the way, that three-way breakdown that you've made, have you made that in terms of like teaching?
It's just like it's just when I've had moments, to muse and sort of formulate and think deeper about what is the meaning of life.
That's really interesting.
I
I'm gonna
like
think
it.
about that.
Yeah, I like that.
But yeah, do you understand where I'm coming from in terms of? I think that distinction that you made between primary and exclusive was important. Because somebody's hot micing. I don't understand why people like that.
Yeah.
But
and that's where I think people can tend to get a little bit like things get lost in translation, and I don't know. Like my aim is always to communicate effectively, clearly. I don't try and use.
And you're very good at it. You're very good at it.
Because that's exactly how I feel, but I didn't say it correctly.
Well, no, you said See, this is the problem. That's not what you said. And
I know.
I don't
I
like
didn't
when
say it
people
right.
are coattail riders. That's not what you said. You said as human beings we're animals, and animals fuck and reproduce. That's not the same
That's
thing
the
as everything
primary.
that was just said.
No, but she included the other stuff. So I was saying that it's the primary function. She agrees that it's the primary function, but it's not exclusive.
And I'm still in disagreement with her about that. But I can understand on a much more, as she said, 3D level where that perspective comes from. Yours wasn't 3D. Yours was kindergarten.
It wasn't
Animals have
kindergarten.
sex. I have penis. You have vagina. Like that's a different thing than everything that was just said.
It's the basics. It's the foundation. I have penis. You have vagina. That's it. That's what we're here for.
Means nothing.
If you put it in
That's
crude
it.
terms,
Yes,
don't
that's it.
provide context or nuance. People can, on face value. Well, I could understand
on face
why
value, or even on a complex level, as we've all agreed about, there are literally millions of people who just fuck and have a child. It doesn't mean that they have met this esoteric, celestial, amazing spiritual purpose. They haven't fulfilled their purpose on earth just because they put a dick in a vagina and a baby came out. It means nothing. That's the problem that I have with what you're saying. Iceman, sheep boy.
Yeah.
What is it? Iceman, sheep
Yeah,
boy.
you're good. You're good. You don't gotta say the whole thing. It's cool.
And that's what you're saying. That's not what Bad Moms just described.
Okay.
Described something much more intrinsic.
Yeah, when someone put their penis in the vagina, they have a baby, they have fulfilled their purpose as a human being, as an organism. And if someone does not have a baby, they have failed their purpose as a human being. That doesn't make them less of a person, like in general.
Wait, hold on.
But they have failed their purpose.
How's your? Do you live with your kid?
No.
You don't.
No.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
Can I?
Maryland sucks with
Protocol, do you
fucking
have a follow-up question?
father's rights.
No,
Yeah.
that's it. Just interesting.
Yeah.
I guess like for you're making like you're making like a teleological point, right? You're saying that the main function, and for a person to be like an effective or like a good, like in the actualized sense, like person, they ought pursue and like fulfill that intended function, right, of like reproducing.
I'm saying. Yep. Sorry. Go on.
What were you gonna say?
I'm saying like if we were just stripped down to our basic like human level, like fuck our mental capacity, fuck all that shit. If we're just organisms, our primary function would be to reproduce, and that's it.
That's what he keeps doing. He keeps saying we're animals.
We are animals. We are literally animals.
And yet we're more as well.
We have mental faculties as well.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, like that can be a function that, like, yeah, of course, for the species to continue, we need to fulfill in some amount. Like, that's not. No one's saying that we don't need to fucking do it anymore. Obviously, we do. But like there are also other things that we can do beyond that, right? Like higher order thinking is kind of a thing unique to us, right?
Of course, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying the primary function, what we're born for, what our bodies are made to do, is to reproduce, to help us survive, so we can.
Are not born with the ability to do so.
Yes, and there are plenty of animals out there that cannot reproduce, but their primary function is to reproduce. That's what they were put on the earth to do, is to reproduce. That's all we're here for.
So those outliers, I would say that that's generally speaking, in the broadest sense, is a consequence of fate.
I ain't getting mad.
And I'm talking about people who are unable to reproduce.
Well, let me.
Of course. Like I'm saying, like, shit. The way I see it is like every animal on this earth.
With all due respect, I think we understand what your point is. It's very straightforward. I'm kind of interested in seeing what you and the other person that sorry, I'm not looking at my phone, but the other woman who's engaging on this point. And I don't necessarily even disagree with, like, obviously there's a biological need for us to reproduce, to continue existing, right? No one's gonna disagree with that, and I think it's perfectly fine. And I more power to anyone that does pursue that, which is a much more common life path to take than like someone who doesn't reproduce. I mean, the majority of people do have kids, right? And I think that's fabulous. But I guess like to me, I more so see it as like I do think that everyone, regardless of whether or not they personally choose to have kids, does have some degree of responsibility for facilitating in some way the next generation of people that are going to be like kind of running humanity, right? So whether that be by birthing some of them and raising them to be good humans, or whether it be like whatever it may be, like aiding in that, facilitating like a better world for them to grow up into, whatever it is, right? I do think that that's an unavoidable thing that everyone is contributing to, and I think we should take seriously. So I think in that sense, if that's agreeable to you guys, I agree with you. But
I agree with that.
Would it actually matter, like, let's say, if humans like stop reproducing altogether and like stop existing, it wouldn't like matter, like philosophically, would it? Right? And
No, but...
nobody would be around to actually care about it. So I don't. Yeah, I think that's no. Yeah, being extinct wouldn't matter, right? Especially with humans who don't like. We're not necessary for maintaining the ecosystem, so all the other species would actually be better off without humans and what humans have done.
Yeah, I don't think
So-
we're at risk of that anyway.
Which is why, yeah, philosophically, I don't agree with the whole like you need to reproduce thing because like you don't. Right,
The
but
thing
we can.
is that right, meaning and purpose is a fundamentally fundamentally conscious, intelligent animal phenomenon, right? And so what we determine to be meaningful, only people that are alive can determine what's meaningful. And as the world population is slowly decreasing, I'm pretty sure they're going to determine that it's pretty meaningful that when their existence is gone, that's going to have a big impact.
When their existence is gone, they're gonna care about it? What?
It can have positive impacts for the environment. Wouldn't you say, like, for the sake of all the other species that we've kind of driven to extinction, or might be driving to extinction,
they don't have
because of anthropogenic climate change, it still wouldn't matter, right? On an ecological level, if humans went, it would either wouldn't matter or it would get better.
Yeah, but because we have
on an
mental
ecological
faculties,
level, perhaps.
we're cognizant
But that's
of
not
that
the primary.
Right. So we either like individually, I mean, when I say we, as individual units that constitute the human population, we make a determination, so these are interior personal convictions on whether or not, if we had to contend with the prospect that our species was declining and we just idly stood by, so those who would idly stand by would be those who don't care that we would become extinct. Then you'd have people who do care and want to do something about it. So really it just comes down to what does each individual person, where do they derive a source of meaning from in their life? And is our existence even meaningful? And if it's meaningful, how was it meaningful? Right? That's just my take.
I just have a question. Would y'all say that I would be like a bad person if I'm just kind of agnostic to the idea of like humanity dying off?
No, it would be
I don't think that makes
neutral.
you a bad person. I think
It's a neutral position, right?
Yeah.
In
Once
the
again,
context of what was being talked about, right? So I came in late, but it sounded like there was some kind of talk about gay parenting. Was that the
yeah,
like the fact that
what's
gays
there?
don't reproduce or something?
Yeah, they're not serving their purpose.
So
Allegedly.
More so just
want
that,
to
like,
talk about that.
Purpose,
like,
though, when you think about it.
The purpose of people is to like do the reproduction.
Yeah, but we're not like
Yeah.
insects. Like we don't just fuck, lay eggs, and the eggs take care of themselves. Like the core fundamental of being a mammal, right, in terms of like us as a species, is that it's actually more importance is on the raising of children in a safer environment, as opposed to like just the mere act of like fucking and having kids. So like there's like gay parents existing and raising kids that other people don't want and don't want to raise. It seems like it's still just as good as if you're raising like your own flesh and blood.
Yeah, the dying off of bee populations and like insect populations is more detrimental to the human existence than gay parents. Right, on ecological
Well, I
level.
just meant
once
like
again.
from a like your prerogative as a human. It's not the act of reproducing; it's the act of raising young. They don't have to be your young. If you're looking after a child, you're securing the future of humanity. Anyway.
But
if you're looking after the bees, you're also securing the future of humanity and the whole planet, and ants as well.
But the thing is, if no one repopulates, then there's no young to take care of. So if you take out that if you take
but the
out
whole world
that,
isn't like 99%
hold up,
gay
if you take out that primary function, then humanity just doesn't exist. So I'm not understanding like why is anybody fighting against that? That's the primary function.
Why do you not think that it is like an understood entailment of people talking about there being some future of humanity that like people would need to be born? Obviously, like no one is going to deny that. No one is saying no one should reproduce.
Okay, so I'm hearing that it's like, oh, people got like oh, what about the advancements in technology and shit like that and all this different shit. I'm like, bro, just the primary function, reproduce. That's it.
No,
that's all I'm saying, and everybody's fighting against that shit.
That's fine. That's a fine position.
He's just gonna keep saying
diminishing it to a unidimensional
But I think Iceman, that's fine, right? If you say like biologically the primary purpose is to reproduce, that's a bit different to like philosophically ascribing, you know, like what Boudico said, some deeper philosophical meaning to reproducing, which there isn't. Like,
yeah, yeah.
Like I said, like keeping other species alive is probably more important for, in certain cases, than having kids in order to secure the future for humanity. If you want to be that dramatic about it.
But then you just diminish any value and meaning in procreating.
Which is fine.
So you could just like make it some brave new world kind of operation.
That's
well,
fine.
Like, even then, like when there's like a gay couple and they want to
have
have a kid, they could even use their own DNA. They like surrogate motherhood and stuff is like a thing. They still, you know, procreation still occurs in terms of like using their, you know, their DNA.
Yeah, exactly. And then like
it could still happen. So like in other words, like would you be okay with like if gay couples would procreate anyway, like get surrogate kids and then they raise the kid? The important part again, I'm trying to emphasize that the raising the kid part as a mammalian species. That's the key part, not just the dumping out a kid. Any animal can do that, but we're not insects. We don't come with that innate programming.
Yeah, there's no problem with that.
What, to rear offspring that are their own or not?
Yeah, because they don't operate that way. They don't have to teach or bestow knowledge. Insects just operate off of instinct.
Sunbather, you're assaulting my ears with your typing right now.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was oh my god, I thought I had noise suppression on.
You're good, man. Just letting you know.
Yeah, but that's going back to the original point when I said what I said. That's why I said it's a primary function, not the exclusive function. And the implication is not, well, since this is our primary function, anyone who's unwilling or unable or both to fulfill that function means that they are less than. So
or that they lose all value.
Yeah, that's exactly what the fuck I said. Yeah, I've been letting these motherfuckers gaslight me, saying that that's not what the fuck I said. That's exactly what the fuck I said. I said that's the primary function. Ain't nothing wrong with anybody doing anything else. That's just the primary fucking function. I said that, bro. The fuck?
To aim for an optimally functional society that emerges naturally, right? And as I said, I'm not saying that to cause offense to anybody, other than to say that it is a biological truth that babies cannot come about unless it is through the consequence of heterosexual copulation. And what I mean by that is without it, it's natural, because any other way of achieving the same goal is through some form of intervention. But just because it comes about that way doesn't mean that that's any less means that those people are less than either. Do you know what I'm saying? It's trying to strike a balance between the nuclear family and keeping that intact, because that is supposedly what increases the likelihood of good outcomes, right?
Maybe, but the entire concept of the nuclear family in and of itself is like a relatively new phenomenon on top of that.
Yeah. With the rights of adult individuals to self-determination, right? So the way that they want to live their lives, it's trying to balance the two. That's
okay, so it's just like you advocate for nuclear families, but you wouldn't tell people that they must have a nuclear family.
No, not at all.
Okay.
I've got a lesbian. My only sibling is a lesbian with 2 IVF babies.
I'm surprised to hear you say that.
Do you know why or what
it
means? Does it have to do with the snitches?
That's a fact, and that is what it is. Just because she's lesbian and has 2 IVF babies does not mean I love her any less.
No, it's because I don't know. You came across as quite right wing.
And the implication of that being what? That I would have prescriptive ideas bouncing around my skull.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
That's par for the course.
Because you.
Well, no, because I'm a staunch advocate of freedoms, which is not what you would typically find on the quote-unquote right. And freedoms in all its forms: speech, movement, association, assembly, right to petition a democratically elected government, all of that. Not a consequence of the right.
So, do you think this discourse will be finally dead once, like, we find a way to, like, surgically alter trans men's bodies to make them produce sperm and like give trans women the necessary organs for, you know, getting pregnant and giving birth, like a uterus.
Give me that uterus. Give me
Yeah.
that
No.
uterus, motherfucker.
No.
Like, do you think the discourse will finally be over then, right? Because
No.
at that point, you can't say they're not
What
fulfilling their purpose.
Oh, you mean for just procreation?
Yeah.
What?
Because these groups are being targeted for not reproducing, but like once they fully have,
That's like the lowest rung of what I hear people talk about with related to trans issues is like the fact that they don't have kids.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like once you give them that ability, right? Once the technology advances far enough, then do you think that's it? Like that will no longer be a talking point on the right wing?
Well, no, they're probably gonna dance around it, but they're gonna find something else to complain about it. Like, oh, that's a proto uterus. That doesn't count.
Is that a big talking point on the right wing that trans people can't reproduce? Like,
It's
I
not,
don't
but
think so.
there's some people who try to push for like when they advocate for like almost theocratic like rule in a way where it's like, you know, the goal of the family is to give birth and to have kids, and if you don't do that, you don't belong in society and you're a negative drain. Like there's people who hold those worldviews, and they would hope to prescribe someday that they could get rid of those people or force them to have kids or something like that.
That must be the extreme right, because I'm on the right. I ain't that extreme. God
No,
damn.
you also get that now with like the some states like Idaho where with the illegal state of abortion, where like you could be like an 11-year-old and you're pregnant and you have to have the kid. Full stop.
Yeah.
No argument. Like,
See, that's typically a right wing take, right? And I don't.
I
subscribe to that view
mean,
well, it's the
personally.
reality right now. Like they don't even the
Yeah,
state
no.
won't even pay for the hospital visit when that happens. They won't even pay for an STD test for someone who gets raped.
I mean,
Yeah, but it is commonly found on that viewpoint is commonly found on the right. It's not one that I subscribe to.
Yeah.
But I can see their points. Right?
yeah.
For example, if you are a woman, and what I mean by that is that if you are a woman who is on her 3rd, 4th, 5th abortion, I think that I will make a judgment, a value judgment, and say that that kind of person is deplorable.
It's good to see
because
again,
they are making an unborn fetus pay for the consequences of their reckless sexual activity.
It's usually not a fetus. Usually it's like because you're talking about like usually when people do that, it's like they have like a morning after pill. So like it's not even like it's like a possibility that a sperm may have met an egg, maybe.
But the acumen of the
and that's it.
My mother's sister did exactly that. But yeah, 20 to 24 weeks gestational period is when the current scientific literature acknowledges that that's the period in which sentience and consciousness begins to develop. Prior to that, I would take a technical stance. My standpoint.
Yeah, I'm just saying that's like with most people who get like abortions is to be very early on. Like after you think you're knocked out, go get it checked. Get the abortion done.
Oh yeah. Start from the beginning. But sorry, I'm not opposed to that. But if someone, like in cases of my auntie, where women are doing that repeatedly, I don't think that's a good thing.
Their meaning
I think social condemnation, social pressure and condemnation,
but so that would be like that would be down to like a moral thing, like where you could judge other people for that, sure. But then there's also people who advocate for the state to prevent people from doing that or barring them.
No, well, see, that's what I mean, because I'm not in favor of state intervention, especially when
your
you're
own personal views is fine. You can have whatever you want. Nobody cares about that. It's when it gets into you controlling other people's lives that's the problem.
Well, that's exactly how it's manifesting, though.
That's how society works, though.
To regulate the conduct of individual adults.
Right.
That's not a personal opinion.
No, that's not. No, because it's actually happening.
I would just like to add real quick. I would just like to add, if I was born with a uterus, I would try to get knocked up and like I would try to get my abortion numbers up. Like genuinely, I would want to hit like triple digits.
No, and that's why people on the right just be going against that shit so much, bro.
Don't say something. I'm playing.
Yeah, you just giving us ammunition.
You're getting memed on, guys.
And then you have no
it's just a meme. Jesus.
Oh, I'm about to say when people say,
"Oh, I know," but it's a foul meme.
It is a foul meme. That's why I enjoy saying it.
I know, Alva.
It's fucked up.
I say
Yeah,
because
but there's
people say
conservatives here
that
that think that's literally
unironically.
what we believe or
Yeah,
something.
I know. Alva
No,
didn't.
people actually say that shit.
It's
So
okay. It's okay, Alva. You're too advanced for you know. I'm joking.
too
We
giga
can't tell
brain.
them about the punch
Yeah.
cards yet, okay? They're not ready.
Exactly. They're not ready for the truth. They're not ready for the memes.
yeah, Sam. People say that unironically. So I don't know what to believe now.
No, they don't. See what you did, Alva? This is what I mean. We can't have fun. This is exactly the point.
You said people
No,
don't say that
nobody actually
unironically.
says that genuinely. Anybody who does is just trying to piss you off because they find your opinions to potentially be abhorrent. Not
I've
necessarily that they
actually
are,
debated
but
people who actually believe that. So
The fact,
like, I don't know what you
okay,
mean.
what
No one
was their
says that.
reason? What made you think they actually believe that, as opposed to just taking an extreme position to get you like activated in the argument?
Because I've
Because
heard
they-
many people say that in real life.
Yeah.
Genuinely
That they're going for a high score.
That people
I
want
mean,
to
not-
get
not-
abortions for like the sport of it.
No, but not just abortions, just this general nihilistic view, you know, Nietzsche flavor. That life
Yeah.
is meaningless. There is no value in life whatsoever. Someone could be on fire next to me and I wouldn't piss on them to put them out.
Yeah.
People like that. I do know people like that in real life. Not a lot of them, but I know enough of them.
That's a pretty hardline position.
Even the most
That's one
like
thing,
adherent
but-
nihilist is still gonna like not enjoy physical suffering and like
Yeah, because
like
it's
according
not
to
as
them, I
easy-
mean, right? And
it's not as
abortions
easy
are not
to
always
be
the most pleasant
simple as
experiences,
people-
right? I
yeah.
don't think it's like, you know, like even just on a physiological level, like it's not.
I think nihilism is like represented, right? In
Someone rank me
that,
up, please.
yeah.
Wait, didn't the search just have a
Nihilism and
debate with
Nietzsche
Tim
are
Pool
the,
where he
like,
said just
socialism
that?
of philosophical ideas.
Yeah, because it kind of just seems like, okay, somebody's on fire next to you. I don't think the nihilist position would be just let them burn, right? It
would be
Just like evaluate the smell of burning flesh. See how you feel about it.
Please, this is like the whole meme of like comparing the Nazis to the socialists, and just because the Nazis call themselves socialists, that means that they're
yeah,
doesn't mean
people
that they're
like take nihilism as like some sort of like death cult. It's the same thing with stoicism as
Sorry.
well. People think stoicism means turning yourself into like a human robot with no emotions.
No,
Then
the thing that
nihilism
bothers
is
me
like a
about
death
stoicism
cult.
is some people
And even then, Nietzsche
interpret
wasn't
it
a
that way, and
nihilist,
then
by
they
the way.
live that way.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's just like
That's a
crazy.
bad
So
pattern.
nihilism is not a death cult, and stoicism is not like a robot cult of cold, emotionless androids.
But
It's
all of them are
oversimplification.
virgins, so we don't have to worry about the abortions.
Seems that they have personality for as in addition to that. Like sadism, psychopathy.
It's like the. Does anyone remember that debate? I think it happened in Rage Cage or maybe here, where people were trying to define reactionary, and people were like unironically saying a reactionary is somebody who reacts to stuff.
Did they bring up neo-reactionary?
No, I don't think they did. I don't think it got that deep.
Yeah, wasn't it Alva?
Yeah.
An accelerationist.
An accelerationist is a person who likes to go fast.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, pedal to the metal.
I'll be right back.
You ever watch the
Hello.
anime Initial D? Yeah, that's an acceleration.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Transhumanism. And then into the conspiratorial rabbit hole.
That's where it all ends up going. That's where a lot of the anti-LGBT sentiment tends to be bore out of, unfortunately.
Where?
Conspiratorial like thinking and alluding to like this grander scheme of something happening.
Yeah. Though
Like,
I
surely
remember.
society doesn't really like gay people. It's the state that's making them gay. Surely. I
Yeah,
can't be wrong.
So you've kind of got it from like all sides. So like the far right is kind of like, yeah, being gay is sort of like this kind of degenerate thing that's destroying like our society. And then like the tankies are like, yeah, being gay is a bourgeois decadence from the upper class to distract us from revolution.
That's so fucked up because that's literally what the Nazis said about it.
Yeah.
It was born out of like people who are too bougie and then they're just looking for worldly pleasures and they got dissatisfied, so they wanted to like fuck more things, and that's where it comes from. So we have to put a stop to it.
No, wasn't the Nazi angle that it was kind of just like a biological like defect, whereas like Stalin,
Maybe it
his
evolved that way. I'm
explanation.
talking about like when they were propagating the idea, like because it was when they were talking about they were inheriting like societal moral ills from like France and neighboring countries,
Yeah.
and like alluding to them being like these decadent, overindulgent pleasure seekers, and then that's where like gay people come from.
Oh, okay,
I think
okay,
that far
yeah.
right shit should be banned. Like it should be.
Whereas like
it should be arrested for it.
with Stalin and like the Marxists, they kind of thought it was like it was a distraction from the capitalist like upper classes, you know, to be gay, to stop people from doing revolutions.
I was just gonna throw the smoke grenade out and be like, all right, everybody here, they're gay. Why? Because we're trying to, you know, throw them off the trail. You know?
There's a story of like this really pick-me gay man who like wrote a letter to Stalin, just sort of like begging him, like, why can't communists be gay? And the story is like Stalin told his secretary to just put it in like the stupid like degenerate section of like, you know, where he puts his letters.
Yeah, now we did this. Now we went full circle. Now people do that in the United States, where it's just like, why do people do it? Because they're degenerate, and then the word degenerate means fuck all again.
Yeah,
another wasted word.
Yeah, I could just imagine like some tanky, right, just writing that letter to Stalin, just like bawling his eyes out. He's like, why can't gay people be communists too? And just like Stalin's just
it's an eye opener when you look into both modern Russia and also the USSR when it comes to LGBT stuff. It ain't pretty.
But it is consistent.
Well, actually, it's not as bad as it was.
It's pretty consistent because I think when the communists took over, they decriminalized it, and then when Stalin took over, then they recriminalized it and said, "Yeah, you can't be gay and a communist."
Yeah. It just boils down to like you just pick a minority and just blame society's problems on them and then remove them. And then find another minority after that one's done. Cycle repeats.
Yeah.
Just like in the US.
Yeah. I also have to say, really quick, and not as an ad hom, like no shade, but
and a tree.
There was, I mean, this isn't to you, obviously, bad moms. I just find it interesting that the people that hold the position of it being a primary human purpose are the ones who have already done it. I can't help but find that correlation. Like we can all kind of see that, right?
Well, when we perform an action, we want to seek validity in that action and know that it was absolutely a good thing that we did.
Bit of an ego boost.
Yeah, so like you have a kid and you're like, this will change your life, motherfucker. Go out there and have a kid. Right the fuck now. I did it. You should do it too.
I find myself, and I'm finding myself being, this is one of those moments where, but I can admit to like where I'm cleaning, where my shortfalls are, because I keep thinking that, and I did this during the conversation at one point, I keep thinking that it's a more understandable position to hold for a mother than for a father. And I feel like it's fucked up for me to think, but I don't know how. I have to like detangle that in my mind.
Well,
but there's
you can't
something
because you're culturally entrenched in the United States.
I think the only
there's quite a lot of unpacking you got to do there in order to fight against that.
I think if you wanted a material explanation for that, it would be, you know, biologically the process of carrying a child and the changes to the hormones, and then giving birth to the child also, you know, brings those changes to your hormone profile.
I just meant that it's like culturally reinforced. Like,
yeah.
The idea that like the mother is closer to the child than the father ever could be in a way.
But that's also an argument against it because postpartum depression is a thing, and like some mothers have like killed their child, so you can't prescribe it and say, oh, having a child.
Yo, I've been on this stream for 3 hours and 35 minutes. Oh my God, that's the longest. I'm sorry.
It is when I heard Iceman Heat Boy, I'm still here, I was muted, talking. I mean, obviously he was making, in my opinion, a worse argument than what Bad Moms was saying, because hers was actually like dealing with the concept, the contention, but also like men don't do anything differently than gay people do when it comes to making a child. They don't. Like, they just fuck.
Or not.
And then the
For the
baby
kid.
comes.
You could just,
What do you mean by that?
jizz in a cup.
You know what I mean? Like, in terms of, like, saying that, like, I decided to put my penis in something and, like, a baby came out means I filled, like, you didn't do anything differently than a gay person did. You just had sex. The female does.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
But do you understand what I'm saying?
Well, people also are so some people do make the argument that, like, unless it's your biological kid, you'll never have the same connection as someone who has a biological kid. I don't think that bears out in evidence, but that's what people like to think.
No, and I
Yeah,
and I think
that's
that's
stupid.
also stupid. I'm just saying from his perspective, it being this like very basic biological thing that I did, and I fulfilled my purpose because I had sex and that made a baby. I for some reason my brain received that so much less seriously than if a woman were to say that, because a woman bears and has the I don't know why, but I mean, yeah, you guys are describing it why, but like
I think it's a different type of love. It's any more or any less, but it is different. I genuinely believe that.
a mother's love or a heterosexual love.
A mother versus a father.
I agree. I would definitely agree to that.
How
Equal,
different though? Wait,
but
how different? How different though? Like, what do you mean by different? What's the difference?
How do you
I'm
have
not.
a kid and you don't know?
I'm not understanding the difference.
Oh. I think it's because primarily, I could be wrong, but I think it is because women, generally speaking, are maternal and emotional. So they form more of an attachment and place a lot of emphasis on the bond that they have with the child. Right? So you could say that means that there might be more meaning associated with the type of love that they have for their child, because they can perform exclusive functions, right? Like a father can't breastfeed. I've got 6 children, and I breastfed all of my children until they were like 3 years old, right? And like, you will never. It's a very. It's not just.
3, nice. They must be very healthy.
Right.
Yeah, they are.
Now that I think about it, like, I think a father would
Sorry,
handle
were you
the
finished?
death.
I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're right.
Well, I would think a father would. Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Yeah, it's not less or more. It's just different. A mother's love versus a father's love of the child.
I would say that as well. Actually, now that I think about it, I think a father would handle like a death of a child, like not like he wouldn't care, but he would handle it easier than a mother would, because
What the what?
Are you for real
what?
right now?
So
Yes.
How could you
And
ever
it's
even like
oh my
what?
god.
That's not a generalizable thing. That's
who gave you the authority
Just
to
opened up a
speak?
can of
Oh my
worms.
god.
I know.
Wow. Okay.
I'm not taking
Okay.
this seriously anymore.
Okay. So.
Okay.
Why do
Okay.
you
So
have
you
the
can
kid
say.
role?
Okay.
What is going on?
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Everybody jump down
So
his throat.
you're right. Yeah. So you
I'm
can
gonna
say
jump
that.
down his throat with cock first.
So you can say that a person that carried the child, a person that breastfed the child, a person that nurses the child, like throughout their infancy, would have the same reaction to that baby dying than someone who was just there, or even a father that was like working and shit, like not spending as much time with the child. Do you think they would
Have you
handle it
ever
the same
known
way?
have you ever known a couple there was like a good dad and a bad mom?
Yeah.
So what are you talking about?
Yeah, I mean, if you're just saying that like an absentee parent is gonna be less like afflicted by like the loss of a child prematurely, maybe, but I don't know. It's kind of a.
I think they
It's
would
definitely not
handle it.
dictated by what their gender is.
I think they would
Well, I mean, you
handle it
could go the
differently.
biological sense though, in the
Yeah, I
sense
think
that they say like men generally handle trauma better than women. I
right.
think they say
What?
can't remember what the study was, but like after a traumatic event, women had a much higher likelihood of developing PTSD than men.
Just because they're more likely to develop PTSD does not mean they're less likely to be able to process it.
Also,
Like,
they're more likely to go to
Well,
the
that's
doctor
exactly
to be
what it means. If
diagnosed
you have
with it.
PTSD, that means you
No.
didn't process it properly.
Yeah.
You know when there's like a dog and it sees like, I don't know, 10,000 squirrels and it's just like, which one do I fucking go for? You know, like that's kind of how I feel at this moment. There's so much stuff that's being said that's kind of like wild.
Absolutely.
One thing is really wild. People handle things
This is
differently.
not wild. This is a study I looked at.
Yes, people handle things
The
differently.
fact that you knew exactly what the fuck I was referring to, even though I didn't specify shit, means you know it's wild, bro. What are you saying?
Yeah, well, the cis-het men are underperforming in this one, and it hurts to see.
Okay.
Well,
I
reverse
Don't
gets down with
identify
a
as
few different
shithead.
people, so.
Oh, okay,
Okay.
fine. Just men.
I have
Just
a
men then.
more gay question to ask the room, just to divert a little, if y'all don't mind.
It's fucking stupid.
If a lesbian couple wants to have a baby, but they've agreed which partner is going to get pregnant, and the woman who wants to get pregnant doesn't want to get in vitro and instead wants to get inseminated naturally, is she less gay for that?
Spooky?
No. I would say no.
You know, that's a quandary I haven't yet pondered.
Which is rare, by the way. Nice job, Alpha.
I mean, so I think that like we can all say that we understand the most gay way would be via turkey baster. It's got historical relevance as well as you know, just it's like it's kind of like the stalwart method, right?
Very
no,
classy.
I'm full of shit. I don't know. I have no idea. I mean, there are reasons why someone might want to do it that way because, like, you know, there's less likelihood of the fertilization occurring when you have to like have the downtime between like, come in this cup and then let's fucking drive it over to Becky's house. You know, like it's like there are various considerations, but I think that you know, it's also like I don't know. It would depend on the lesbian. You know what I mean? Like, there's just so much to think about, I guess.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about it in a solely like sexual sense of like, if you.
Well, I mean, I think that if a
to
woman says she's a lesbian, yet she also wants like a man to like jizz inside of her, like just broadly speaking, I think that that's like she maybe is not totally a lesbian.
No, but it's solely with the intention of getting pregnant. She doesn't have any sexual attraction to him. She doesn't even have any sexual attraction to the act of sex with the man. And or even the act of like getting inseminated. She's just like, business is business, motherfucker. I need to get this shit done.
I mean, lesbians are very efficient as a group, I would say.
Yes.
So perhaps, yeah, but
No.
But just the fact that she's willing to be like, business is business, but I need you to put your dick inside of me. Doesn't that seem a little bit less gay?
It is less gay.
Well, yeah,
because
I mean,
you
when
can
I
do
think
it other
about
ways.
like lesbian behaviors, it does not include like a man. It doesn't include heterosexual baby making. So, you know, I mean, I guess it could in some fucking arrangement of situations, but
I think there would need to be two conditions that would need to be fulfilled. One is that the partner to the lesbian who's going to engage in that activity would be okay with it, right? Because of the emotional attachment and, you know, romantic feelings for their partner. And the second condition would be that the lesbian partner who's going to engage in the activity is able to separate the three-dimensional perspective that I have on the act of sex. So, foregoing the second, and making it just about the reproductive function.
Yeah, I mean, I also think that a big part of why like there are sperm banks and, you know, I mean, I guess like there's kind of, you'll hear some people mention like, oh, the like, I don't even remember what it's referred to as, but like the sort of like poor man's sperm bank is like you just ask your fucking brother to like jizz in a cup, right? But it's like there are so many foreseeable complications in that sense, because of like, well, this is now, is this person going to be in the kid's life, and are they going to know that they're the biological father? How do you address that, right? So there's like a lot of reasons why people tend to not opt for like going for a person that's well known to them and involved in their life, as opposed to like just going to a sperm bank where there's that, you know, you get to find out all the relevant information as far as like genetically, do they have any like predisposition to diseases or whatever, but like you also maintain a degree of anonymity and separation there for like the sake of navigating these sort of more intricate questions, right?
Yeah.
Yes, you would be more gay.
Is it
Less
okay if
gay.
I divert again? Here's a much weirder question, but I gotta ask it because I feel like Spooky would have better knowledge, because this is like a scientific question.
Sure.
If a guy jizzes in a woman's panties and then she puts them on, is there a chance that she'll get pregnant?
Not a high one. Firstly,
That's
I
a
mean,
small
like
one.
the fertility and livelihood of like Splunk or whatever you want to call it is like not gonna be. It's not the longest lasting, right? It's just every second that it's out of a body, whether it's exit or entered one, whatever. When it's not in the body, it's not gonna last much longer than that, unless it's like, you know, stored in like a whatever the fuck sperm banks do, right? And in addition, it has to get pretty far in there to, I mean, we're talking about something entering like someone's like a woman's like uterus and getting to the egg, right? And like penetrating that motherfucker, and then like that egg going and attaching to like uterus. I mean, even just with someone fully just in the quote unquote normal sense, like, you know, reproducing man, woman, you know, making a baby, right? There's still a lot of things that are going to be like kind of playing not against you, but like a lot of ways in which, you know, you have to consider like, okay, when is the ovulation in relation to now of this person? Like, what is, you know, like, there's some amount of like receptiveness of the sperm that occurs when like both people are, you know, turned on and whatever, right? That's why like you do it during sex and all this stuff, right? I mean, there's so many considerations. I don't know, but it's certainly not going to be anything close to like the likelihood of, you know, not. I mean, it's like, what's the odds of someone getting pregnant from a toilet seat, right? Like, it's not high.
Yeah, so there's a very low chance, but it could be like a 1 in quintillion, but it's still fucking possible.
I suppose.
It's not happening. It's a 1 in quintillion. It's not happening.
It may not happen unless we get a fuck ton of people and put them in like a computer machine.
I mean, let's just say this: if there's a baby that comes into existence by virtue of just the sperm on the surface, then contacting the, you know, vagina, and then that somehow leads to a pregnancy, that baby is divinely has been divinely determined to fucking come into existence no matter what. So, you know,
immaculate
that better be the next Jesus.
Perhaps, yeah. Ejaculate conception, maybe.
I can't. Immaculate ejection. I can't wait for the next Jesus to turn out to be a sociopath. I think that would be hilarious.
Girl, you gotta tone it down a little bit, man.
Sorry.
You know,
Well,
I love
somebody
you, but
mentioned
it's some of the things you keep for the global
Hello,
homo agenda
guys.
meetings,
How
okay?
you
You
guys
don't say it in public,
doing?
right?
True.
You guys are all
I need
gonna
to get
die.
better at holding back. My autism is going too hard.
You guys are gonna
By the way,
die.
there are no global homo agenda meetings. It was a joke.
You guys are gonna die.
Wait, then what have I been
it's
going
not.
to for the past
Death
month?
upon you.
Well, it's not a global homo agenda or group meetings. It's more. I would prefer.
Fuck you,
more
Robo.
More like call it a cabal.
Yeah.
Yeah, I ain't got shit.
Cabal of gays.
Wait, can you guys hear me?
Spooky, how have you been
Oh my
doing? We haven't talked in a long time.
I know. I'm pretty good. I hung up my hoe flag and I entered into a committed monogamous relationship.
Sad.
Well, I mean, on some level, sure, but I also am happy in it. So.
Well, I'm happy for you that you got that. I think it's sad that you can't fuck around anymore. So, best to you in whatever way you go going forward.
Yeah, thanks. It's also funny because it's been interesting because she's so I'm like 5'8", she's like 5'11" and almost 6 foot
Yo,
tall,
what the
right? And that's
fuck
without
is happening
shoes.
right now?
And I'm definitely like the more I guess like if we're talking about like who wears the pants or like the masculine, like I'm the more masculine one. Yet I have to get on my tiptoes if she's
I
wearing
no
like
longer care
certain
about this
shoes
freaking
versus
conversation,
others
bro.
to like kiss her. You know what I mean? So I have to like I'm
to these types of proposals either is just like but the government too powerful type shit, which I don't think is really meaningful, or just like but no, like why? Fucking
It's kind of a social engineering thing.
I disagree with that. I'm not sure why that would matter. Oh, Edith, are you?
Check DM.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, I don't know how to do that.
Oh.
Air conditioning, and limited like flapper on movement and stuff like that. In almost all cases, hydraulics will power the flight control.
As democratic as you would like, that is a bad idea. That's
I
a
agree.
slippery slope.
It is not a slippery slope, but I agree with you until you said it's a slope. I agree with you up until you said those
Of course,
words.
it is a slippery slope.
Okay,
Giving
wait a second.
Giving power to an undemocratic institution.
Yeah, it's terrible.
To further what you might want, like as democratic goals, is a slippery slope because I can go bad real fast.
Okay,
Alex, you know that the slippery slope is a fallacy, right?
Save his life if he wanted. It's huge. Which would also be so odd, like given the, like Barron Trump, NBA player, also, former President Trump's kid. What a life.
I'm more like
black.
What did you say?
You're not really black then. You don't have the black American experience.
You're funny as hell for that, but yeah, I'm African, so West African, to be specific. And again, my ex-boyfriend was Ethiopian.
Ew,
and,
you're black.
What'd you say?
That, dude.
Black. Yeah, I'm black. So yeah, our cultures made sense because traditionally speaking, everything aligned. But lots of Black American guys, their cultures are just way too different from mine, and I don't really like the way that they behave or carry themselves, typically speaking. So it's caused like an aversion towards them. That even if they do like approach me on romantic, advancements, and they very much do, it sickens me. I'm sorry. Like it was a disgust factor. I have a disgust factor.
It's pretty cool.
I don't know if
it's pretty based to you.
Yeah.
Hold on, we were just calling it racism before.
Yeah, weird.
What did you
But that's different. That's not. I don't think that is racism though, because your judgment is like more of like a socioeconomic one, but more of like a social one.
She does have a point though. However, I mean, black women, something else, man. That's why I prefer white women.
Wait, what did you say?
I prefer Hispanic women, but I think it's because half of my family's Hispanic, and I have those like warm feelings towards my family. So it's
I live in the whitest country on earth. All I ever see is blonde, blue-eyed white women. I'm so tired of it.
What's wrong with that? Yeah, so yeah, it's not really a racial sort of picking and choosing. It's definitely a cultural thing that I'm adverse to, and I just don't like the culture a lot.
But I mean, you could try to like you could parse out in your mind and reason that stereotype kind of out of your brain, right? Like you can do that.
I'm sure she
Well,
met someone, right?
well, I live in Chicago, so that's number one. So,
Well,
even
that's
though
the
I
problem right there.
yeah, that's like a problem
Yeah.
because like it's not like I'm getting the quality that a black guy. But then even when it's like okay, Black American guys have like a certain mindset that they share across socioeconomic backgrounds, and I don't like that
What
mindset.
what's the mindset?
They're self-hating and colorist.
What?
What?
They're self-hating.
Yeah, lots of black men are very self-hating.
What do you mean
What
by
do they
that?
do that signals that to you?
Yeah.
Like if we look at statistics, obviously they're like the main demographic of men to date outside their race. Most of the times that when they do date outside, yeah, when they do date outside their race or out, even if they date within their race, they get with lighter skinned women. So they prefer lighter skinned women over darker skinned women. They'll claim that darker skinned women are loud, ghetto, hypersexual, even though all those stereotypes apply to black men even more. So and they engage in those stereotypes freely and happily. So there's a hypocritical
Another
factor as well.
projection.
Yeah, it's a
But do you
projection,
think that
basically. Yeah.
do
And
you
they
think that you're
what?
sorry,
No, go ahead.
sorry. Keep I was saying, do you think your like your attitude towards black men could be the same attitude black men have towards black women, black American women, at least?
What do you think, Matt? Wait, I don't understand the question.
What he's saying,
Like the culture.
what you're getting mad at black men for doing, you're doing the same thing. That's basically what he's trying to say. But I
No,
think that's
because
your whole
I'm,
point,
I'm
That's
right?
part of her point, though.
no, it's pretty odd. But no, it's quite literally not the same thing. If I'm saying that,
No,
if black men are saying that I don't like you because you're loud, ghetto, and hypersexual, but then I'm saying, well, why would you say that about me if white supremacy imposed those stereotypes onto you, and then you guys engage in that activity as well? Why exactly are you posing that on me only? That's not me saying.
it's
That's
not.
not the same as me and him disliking each other for the same reasons. Obviously
You're
not.
saying what the reasons you're disliking black men is this like black men dislike black women for like some of the same reasons.
No, it's quite literally not the same thing.
Like the culture is different. Like
No,
what
because
do you
the
mean?
culture is not different between black men and black women. Do you think that black men act differently from black women? They definitely don't.
No, it's just the difference between black women and like lighter skinned women or white women.
What's the difference between them? Because if black men
Like
are
if
saying, yeah, but if black men are saying, I don't like, okay, I'll give an example. If a black man says that I don't like black women, they're too overweight for me, they don't take care of themselves, but then they get with overweight white women, how does that make sense? Or if black men said that they don't like loud black women because they're loud, or they don't like black women because they're loud, but then they get with loud Latina women and then just call them spicy Latinas. It's not about that characteristics. It's strictly because that person doesn't look black, and that person is not black.
Okay, so
true,
and you
but
think there's like
you
a
would just
problem with that?
compare.
What'd you say, T2?
Do you think that and you think there's a problem with that?
The same way like we were having the conversation before. If it's rooted in something deeper, then obviously there's obviously something deeper behind preference. So yeah, preference is a preference, but if there's something deeper behind it, then we could probably unpack it, like I mentioned before.
Yeah.
Mhm.
What if it's just a black men who grow up in like impoverished areas hang around like a bunch of ghetto black women and then they get to the position they're in like when they get rich and stuff and they just want to have something different like a white woman that's less loud and boisterous and like more approachable.
Um, I don't really see the correlation. The reason why I don't is because when black women reach higher levels of socioeconomic status, it's not like their rates of dating out like skyrocket like black men's do. And even then, even black men in impoverished areas, when they live in vicinities with black women aren't dating out. They're the least likely to date outside their race, but black men are the most likely to date outside their race. So I'm failing to see a correlation there.
You said black men date outside their race even if they're in like impoverished areas,
Yeah, 100%.
even if they're surrounded by a bunch of black women. You think they
Yes, yes,
date out their race?
yes.
That seems unlikely, but I'll
No,
take
it's
your
not
word.
It's a
unlikely.
perception of wealth is part of it.
No, because if that's again, if you guys are trying to like say maybe it's this, maybe it's that, then you would see that in black women as well. But
I
again,
don't
they're
think
the
it's
least.
just one thing, but
Well, excuse me.
I'm saying I don't think it is just one thing. What I'm saying is part of it might be that. Part of it might just be like not might just part of it is because of the view of like black
No, I
people
understand
having
what you're
less
saying.
economic power.
Yeah, again, I understand what you're saying, but why don't women have that sort of mindset as well? If women, generally speaking, are hypergamous, then wouldn't black women be the more likely to be dating out than black men? But they don't.
Well, I've seen the perception from both sides. I know a lot of black women who won't date black men. So.
That's cap. No, statistically speaking, that's not even close to true.
I mean, it
Black
is. I
women
grew up in
prefer no. Statistically speaking, that's not even close to true. Black women
It's
quite
not
literally
close.
again, statistically speaking, not even close to true. Black women definitely prefer black men, especially darker skinned black men. They actually typically don't like light skinned men because they're colorist as well. Like, is that confusing for you guys?
Do you think there's a real problem with black men dating outside their race?
If they're like 2 times more likely and they're like the highest demographic of men doing so, then it's probably
Yeah.
for reasons outside of it's like, oh, I just stumbled across her. It's probably for different reasons, and we all already know the reasons.
What if they just prefer the lighter skinned women? They find
Okay,
them more attractive.
okay. Well, we already know why they find them quote unquote more attractive.
Why is that?
Do you know or do you assume that's what
Well, we
your
know
assumption
because
is?
history is made known to us. At least if you read a book. Do you read? So again, we have
Are
things
you,
called.
wait.
You
What
guys are
was
being
the
stupid.
first?
Okay, so stop talking.
The first interracial marriage was between who?
Yeah, Loving versus Virginia. Well aware. So back to what the
What's
fuck
that?
I was saying. Anyways, back to what I was saying. So we all know that what colorism is, at least I hope you know what it is. So because we had white supremacy in this country, what does that mean? Okay, if white women are considered the beauty standard or whiteness is associated with, positive qualities and dark-skinned people were associated with negative qualities like being loud, boisterous, hypersexual, violent, ghetto, all these things. We know that now dark skin is associated with all those negative qualities. Okay, number one. And let's say white women and their beauty was, put on a pedestal, while black women and their phenotype and their beauty was associated with masculinity. Okay, well, if we know that, then now subconsciously we associate lighter skinned people with femininity. And because it's femininity, we, attribute more attractiveness to it. So, black men grow up and they see light skinned women or white women or non black women, and they find them more attractive. Why? Because society tells them to. Why? Because dark skin is associated with all these negative qualities. Yes, 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 obviously speaking. The same way that black women look at light skinned men and say, "Oh, I don't like him. He's too pretty for me," or "He thinks he's better than me," or "He acts too girly for me. He acts too feminine," even though he's a masculine light skinned man. We just assume those qualities onto these people based off their characteristics. That's how these things work. It's called basic sociology. Do you understand that, Iceman? Because I know you want to
I think
pretend to
you're
be
just
cool.
making hella assumptions.
Okay, so you don't know
Like
anything
you're
about white
assuming.
supremacy. You don't know anything
Okay,
about
hold
history. You
up,
don't
hold
know
up, hold up.
anything
Yeah,
about.
hold up, hold up. You're
You're dumb.
assuming that because of the
Oh my
past
god.
that
Did you just say
black
it's
men
basic
today.
sociology that society
Yeah,
teaches
right.
black men to find white women attractive? What the fuck?
Yeah, that's
No, you're
just
just
fucking
stupid and you're
crazy.
dumbing down the conversation
No,
because you can't actually like contribute.
Girl,
the whole
hold on,
like
Risha.
this.
I
It's
know
just
it's been
really
a hot
fucking
minute.
crazy
Hope you're
that
doing well. This is your conscience telling you that it's not worth it with this guy. Just let him be
No, I
stupid.
know and he's turned on his camera before. It's fucking ridiculous. But Spooky, guess
you're
what?
no no
Guess what?
you're so fucking crazy to think that
I
black men
don't
just
think of you.
because of
Well,
white supremacy think that
I don't
white
think of
people are
you.
attractive. That's fucking retarded. Of course, of course. And then I get kicked because this bitch is fucking retarded.
But from what he said, like he like idolizes like hard working, field work and shit. The nigga would have been the best slave ever. It's like no, but but
Mm.
yeah, I don't know. A lot of my friends, like close friends, like you know what I mean, like you still living with your parents, bro. Like it's you know what I mean. Like you haven't really, honestly, like you haven't got it together yet if you are not in a position to be financially independent and exercising it. Because for me, it's just something that feels like
Yeah,
it's
but
like intrinsic.
the thing is like, dude,
Guys,
$50,000 invested properly. If you were to hypothetically be someone that mooched off your parents, if you were to invest 50 grand properly and just sit on your ass for 10 years, you'd probably be better off than someone that went and rented and paid someone else, some other landlord's mortgage. Like,
guys,
I
none
mean,
of this matters. I just heard the funniest joke, and I came back just to share it with you.
She's about to
let's
say the
hear
N
it.
word, yo.
No, it's not. It's not the N word. Why did the transgender man only eat salad?
It's something about croutons. I forgot what it was.
I don't think I want to know.
Because he was a her before.
I don't get
He
it.
was a herb before. Literally never go to jail.
I'm gonna tell
That
us.
should just lower my pain, yo.
Yo, wait,
I see.
Patty, Patty, I got a
We're
question
lowering
for
the
you.
I
bar
don't see
now.
how that shit,
You
because
want to
like
hit?
I've been in situations where like it'd be like all flirty and shit, right? Like niggas be like 27 to like 30 to like 32.
I got this
whatever.
joke from a
And then
trans person online. It's so funny.
then
When you have the
someone
funniest
brings
trans joke? Sorry, go ahead.
then someone brings their 23-year-old girlfriend. It's like like
Oh my
Y'all
god,
still
we
talking?
Wait,
still on
I
this?
got a
Shut
quick,
up.
I got a quick question for Patty.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. So, look, I got this crazy plan. Okay, every time a baby is born, we DNA test it. We figure
Are
out
we
who the dad
still
is.
on this?
Yeah. We're still on this. We figure out who the dad is. We confirm who the dad is. Are you opposed to this? This is
Patty,
regardless.
say no. Patty.
That's fine. What?
Patty, join with your womanhood. Join with
Wait,
me.
is this so basically every single child when they're born gets DNA tested?
Yeah, for parentage. Yeah.
I mean, I don't see this wouldn't apply to me because I don't have a problem.
Because you're a
My kids,
twirler.
but uh, I'm trying to like figure out if this would be like why
What? Because, well, the number one reason is because there's no bullshit, right? You
Mm-hmm.
can confirm parentage at the very beginning. You can't. No one can argue about it later. No one can find out about it later either because it's discovered right at the beginning. There's no bullshit. It seems like it would be a good thing for us to do as a society.
Yeah, okay, sure. You know, as long as I kind of feel like this should definitely be a both people agree to this, but like I think most people should
No,
agree to.
no. It
Let's
doesn't
just
matter who's agreeing. This is just every single kid, no matter what. Doesn't
Or
matter.
you
okay,
could,
yeah,
if
sure.
it's
DNA
deep,
testing
if it's
doesn't
that,
tell you who's the
Sure.
father.
hold
I
on,
don't
look,
see
if
a
You
it's
need
that
to
problem.
DNA
if
test the
if it's
father
that
and the child.
serious,
No, Patty, you're supposed to agree with me.
if it's that serious, this is why you got muted, yo. If it's that serious, the DNA test could just be done automatically, and you could just say, I don't want to know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see a problem.
I've seen that on Judge Judy.
Don't
Or
ever
Judge
fucking
O'Brien,
mute
one
me
of them.
again. Don't ever fucking mute me again.
Silence
I'm
her.
guessing there's something that
Yeah.
happened when I left, and
I forgot.
Well,
Why
we
do all
wanted
women
another
leave?
female's opinion. That's what we
That's
wanted.
crazy because now I'm gonna forget to unmute you. So you done fucked up for real.
autonomy. Why are you abusing my Palestinian boo thing?
It's
This
part of
is
our culture.
You
I'm
can't do
incapable.
this.
I'm incapable of mod abuse in this room.
It's
This is
because she has a
unlawful
vagina, isn't it?
arrest.
You just hate women. That's what it
This
is.
is unlawful
I love
arrest. You
women, yo.
detaining a minority. This needs to be reported and investigated by our own facilities for us to
But
find out we've done nothing wrong.
Scribbles needs an evaluation, yo. I told
No, what
Scribbles
she
to stop
needs
saying
is
the N
love.
word 2 months ago, and she say this shit every day.
What she needs is love, and you're not showing her love.
I am showing love. I'm trying to save her from herself by muting her.
Save her from herself. What?
That's real.
It's not wrong. They need to be
No.
safe from themselves. Bro, so how far did y'all niggas get with the Boondocks marathon that y'all niggas ran?
It was like shit. We probably watched at least like a season and a half.
I'm trying to.
I've definitely played like probably at least 2 seasons on Discord.
You remember where y'all was at? I'm trying to watch that shit with y'all niggas.
Not
I
for real. I'm
mean,
trying to watch
you
that
could just
shit too.
you could
I'm
just
at
jump around episodes.
Did you get to the part with the fucking the Once fucking niggas?
Nah, we didn't get. We definitely was still on like probably like
You
season
got the Ed
2.
Wunsler episode is literally the first episode.
Is it?
Yeah, you meet Ed Wunsler in the first episode.
No, the fucking twins though, his sons.
No, he don't have.
His son?
Oh no! He has one son, and
He
then he
has one
has.
son, and his son is a
Marvel Boys is
friend.
his friend.
No. He has it's Ed Wunsler. Then it's Ed Wunsler Jr., who's like an Italian dude, and then it's Ed Wunsler the third, who is played by um Charlie Murphy. The
What?
more
Hold
known
on.
the more known one
Yeah,
is
yeah.
Ed Wunsler the third. The one that got shot out the window is the third.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but
His dad comes in season like 3 or 4 and enslaves these niggas.
oh yeah, no, but we don't meet.
Territory. So I think like the way you're using it right now, like between the external and like internal world, it's a very useful way to look at the world for like humans because we're like wired to like see the world between like me and like the outside.
Yeah,
right?
we're
That's
forced to see the
how we
world
experience it.
dualistic.
But I don't think that's base reality. Like I don't think that's the like I see that's the map that we're like perceiving it through. That's the like concept how we're like experiencing it, and it affects how we experience it. But I don't think that that's the like base existence of like how shit actually is, like disconnected from my experience of it. Does that make sense?
No, I'm not really
Yeah, I
following.
feel that. I like language itself is very dualistic. Like
Yeah, no offense, but people on this Destiny's Discord, they talk a lot about religion and gender. No offense.
And what do you focus on, Alex H? What is really important in your life to know about and to understand and to implement?
If Jesus was a man.
And why did I even come to this?
You told
Jesus
me.
was a
I just made a good double-edged reference.
You did, but I just got here. And you're supposed to wait like 20 minutes in, and then you start making those good.
Yeah.
It's a joke because someone said that all they talk about is gender and religion in the server, and so he said, "Was Jesus a man?" Which is
I appreciate
like
you
double entendre,
explaining
but
the
not-
joke. It makes it funnier.
Hey, no, but I don't think Keith was here for
fucking
like
with
the
you.
start of the joke.
I'm,
Okay?
I'm joking. I'm joking with you. That was another joke.
I
God
think
damn
I
it.
understood
Too many
what.
jokes deep, dude.
Yeah, in my defense, I'm doing something else. So I wasn't paying such close attention, but it did
Honestly,
go,
it's
it did
fine
go
because that was
go
for
over.
me. I'm proud of myself on that one.
Yeah, it's a good joke. Sometimes you need to explain them so the person who made the joke can get all the applause they can, right?
Just
It's a good
relive
fucking joke.
Puerto Rico is a cool place to go to. It's nice.
That feels so good, and I'm so grateful. I'm pretty sure Blizz actually might be
Content, the
kicking themselves for how.
content is kind. There's a 1-to-1 credit, but we'll say that counts as like just some credits. Bullshit, but
Yeah, that's right.
Shut up.
Got him.
Yeah, one more
She
piece
really
to
misses
go
that
into
super
it. I'm
ridiculous
getting out of
BS.
here.
She's like the okay.
Absolutely.
God, you guys are so bad. Oh look,
Hey,
what was
here's
that
the
underneath
thing.
that? Did you guys take a look?
No, I didn't.
Oh my
Nobody cares.
god.
Don't make the movie
Bro, he's
longer than it
gonna
has to
replay
be.
it. He's one of those people.
It's like the billboard sprites. Because the map layout feels very vertical heavy, whereas Doom was nowhere near like that. You won't find a single iteration of Doom until like, I guess like Doom 3, maybe even fucking as far as like 2016. That is anywhere near as vertical as from what you see. You're absolutely right. I want to see a main character that thrives off spite and hatred. Sick of that fucking pansy ass. Friendship. Nah. Slowkey, why I liked fucking Thorfinn until he. Yeah. I know. Let's see. Nope. There we go. I wonder. If I can get into Mr. Is it Mr. Ballin? Or is it Mr. Ballin? There he is. I think I'm out, bro. Like, I'm out of here. This is stupid. Let's see.